All right, let's go ahead and get started. We have a lot of new people, so I want to welcome all of you, but I thought it might be good to go around and introduce ourselves since I look around and about half of GEAC is new. So we thought it might be good to have some introductions this morning. So my name is Candy Tayebi, and I'm at Sam Houston State University. And then if we can just kind of work our way around, that'd be great.
Thank you. I'm Alan Mickey. I'm with the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board, the liaison between the Coordinating Board and GEAC. For those of you that are new here, you've got these little microphones in front of you, incidentally. You'll see there's a microphone button. If it's red, that means you're talking. If it's not red, that means you're not talking. It's important because the meeting is being webcast, so unless your microphone's on, then your voice won't be on the web. So thanks, and I appreciate you all coming in this morning.
Good morning. I'm James Lumpkin from UT Tyler.
Good morning. I'm Greg Maddox from Texas Southern.
Bonnie Melhart from TCU.
Dean Nykerk, University of Texas at Austin.
Good morning. Les Ridingen, University of Texas at Arlington.
Ra Rolfe, Texas Tech University Health Sciences Center.
Mark Sheridan, Texas Tech University.
Angela Spaulding, West Texas A&M University.
Kostas Tsatsoulis, University of North Texas.
Good morning. I'm Stacy Silverman, Deputy Assistant Commissioner in the Division of Academic Quality and Workforce here at the Coordinating Board.
Good morning. Rex Peebles, Assistant Commissioner for Academic Quality and Workforce.
Mohammed Abdurrahman, Texas A&M Kingsville.
Karen Butler-Puri, Texas A&M.
Matthew Capps, Midwestern State University.
Jessica Faith Carter, the University of Texas at Austin.
Lara LaFleur, Texas Women's University, Denton, Texas.
Dmitry Litvinov, University of Houston.
Good morning, everyone. I'm James Goman, also with the Division of Academic Quality and Workforce.
All righty, well, welcome to everybody. And we will have an election at the end of our session today. So if you're interested in being the chair or the vice chair, please be thinking about that, or other people that you think might be interested in that. We'll be doing that at the end. We have quite a bit of things that we want to go through today, a lot of information that the Coordinating Board is going to share with us. And then we have some things that we'll be working on in the coming year, including where we got partway through, for those of you who were here last time, we got partway through starting to develop a plan for graduate education in the state of Texas. So we'll be talking about that as well. The first order of business, of course, is to take a look at the minutes. So if you haven't had time to take a look at your minutes, if you could do that. And then if I can get a motion on those, that would be terrific. And a second?
Second.
All righty. All those in favor of accepting the minutes as they have been presented, say aye. Aye. All those opposed? All right. Thank you so much. Well, our first presentation this morning is from Dr. Ginger Gossman, and she'll be talking to us about the new strategic plan and how graduate education can contribute to that.
Thank you. We are working on some technical issues, and while we wait on that, I'd like to pass around a little handout that we have prepared because it outlines in the final column how exactly graduate education fits into the 60 by 30 plan. There is a strong role for graduate education in this plan, and it mostly falls under attainment, 60 by 30, and under the completion goal. So what I can do is get started. We will jump in with visual aids as soon as they become available. So with the 60 by 30 strategic plan, Texas is focused on student success over the next 15 years. This plan will establish a globally competitive workforce in the state by 2030. The plan was developed over 18 months by a committee that included business and education leaders from across the state. The Texas Higher Education Strategic Planning Committee received expert testimony from individuals across the state, across the U.S., and from around the world. And we sought input from more than 5,000 stakeholders across the state during the plan development process. This input and feedback helped us develop the 60 by 30 text plan. 60 by 30 Tex builds on the successes of Closing the Gaps by 2015. Work that began under Closing the Gaps will not end. Those accomplishments will continue, and Texas's new higher education strategic plan, 60 by 30 Tex, is the beginning of a new series of accomplishments. The new plan, 60 by 30 Tex, is firmly founded on the critical need that Texas produces an educated workforce that is able to adapt to change and compete at the highest levels, nationally and internationally. The world's most competitive workforces have younger populations with more education compared to the U.S. and compared to Texas. 60 by 30 Tex emphasizes all forms of post-high school education, from undergraduate certificates to associates and bachelor's, and graduate and professional education. The plan also highlights the overarching goal that 60% of 25 to 34-year-olds will have a post-secondary credential or degree by 2030. Success of achieving the goals of this plan is going to rest heavily on collaboration among education, higher education, K-12, and the workforce. 60 by 30 Tex provides latitude for 2- and 4-year institutions and encourages local creativity in pursuing the plan's goals as institutions continue to pursue their own unique missions. Data illustrate that Texas will have a diverse workforce by 2030, demographic data. The question is, will Texas have an educated workforce? The 60 by 30 Tex plan is intended to answer that question with a bold and resounding yes. The Strategic Planning Committee developed 4 student-centered goals. The first deals with educational attainment, which is a fraction of the Texas population actually holding a degree or undergraduate certificate. The second goal deals with degree and undergraduate certificate completion at Texas colleges and universities. The third goal highlights the need for graduates to know the marketable skills they have acquired through their degree program. The fourth goal recognizes the need to address student debt. Supporting students through completion to become more actively engaged citizens and to strengthen the Texas economy means addressing college affordability and making explicit, turn the page, workplace skills students obtain in their programs. The first and overarching goal states that by 2030, at least 60% of Texans ages 25 to 34 will have a post-secondary credential or degree. This is a big percentage to shoot for because right now only about 38% of Texans in this age group have any kind of post-secondary degree or certificate. The best educated societies in the world have already reached 60% or close to it in this age group. We need to move the level of attainment up dramatically among young Texans. And I'm going to pause so we can pull up my presentation. So now you can see the slides that I just talked about. So we're building on the successes of Closing the Gaps. The plan is designed so that the completion, marketable skills, and student debt goals are supporting the overarching goal of attainment, 60 by 30. These graphs demonstrate again that we will have a diverse workforce, and the question we need to answer or that we need to face is, will it be educated, that workforce? These are the 4 student-centered goals. And here is where we are now. Achieving the 60 by 30 goal is critical for Texas to remain globally competitive and for its people and communities to prosper. The new plan calls for ambitious yet realistic interim targets and strategies that will get us to our final goal if we stay on course through 2030. Critical to achievement is the focus on and success in improving the education level of young Hispanic Texans, who will make up a majority of the students in school between now and 2030. Data projections show we will need substantially more Texans with post-secondary education to meet workforce demand, not fewer. Some sectors of the Texas economy could not hire enough workers with the required skills to meet workforce demand. The next goal states by 2030, at least 550,000 students in that year will complete a certificate, associate, bachelor's, or master's from an institution of higher education in Texas. This goal includes public, independent, and for-profit colleges and universities. Data from the Bureau of Labor Statistics make clear that students don't get much of an economic lift unless they complete their credential or degree. We need to continue the Closing the Gaps record of generating impressive growth in degree and certificate production. The plan includes targets for Hispanic Texans to earn 285,000 certificates or degrees in 2030. It also includes targets for African American, male, and economically disadvantaged completers. Another important target is to increase the percentage of students who enroll in higher education directly after high school. Right now, we're enrolling about 54% direct from high school to college, and we need to move that up to 65%. If reached, Texas will award a total of 6.4 million certificates or degrees during the next 15 years. The third goal reads, by 2030, all graduates from Texas public institutions of higher education will have completed programs of identified marketable skills. Marketable skills are those valued by employers that can be applied in a variety of work settings, including interpersonal, cognitive, and applied skills. These skills can be either primary or complementary to a major and are acquired by students through their education, including curricular, co-curricular, and extracurricular activities. All programs develop skills of value in the marketplace. The plan requires institutions to formally identify those skills for each of its degree programs so that students are aware of and can communicate those skills to future employers. The goal calls for every institution in Texas to articulate these skills to students. In a 2012 national survey by the UCLA Higher Education Research Institute, 88% of surveyed students identified getting a better job as the most important reason they were choosing to go to college. The fourth goal, by 2030, undergraduate student loan debt will not exceed 60% of first-year wages for graduates of Texas public institutions. We have an opportunity to balance student loan debt and improve how higher education is financed to reduce financial barriers that students and families encounter when pursuing any level of higher education. Texas could experience greater shortages in critical fields if student loan debt spikes to the point at which majority of students choose programs based entirely on potential income. We think the best way to focus on financial issues is to set the statewide goal of maintaining student loan debt, as measured against student earning power at graduation. Success will require collaboration among elected officials and higher education leaders, and will probably require an imaginative reinvention of plans to completion, including methods for teaching and learning. At the state level, an advisory group could determine ways to better advise students and parents on financial aid options and the impact those decisions have on student finances before, during, and after college. The ratio of 60% is a statewide maintenance goal, and this is approximately where we are now. There are several facets to this goal. First, the role of the state. Second, the role of institutions. And third, the role of students. This graphic illustrates the necessity to balance the relationship between these agents. All undergraduates with student loan debt who complete a credential from a Texas public 2-year and 4-year institution are included in this 60% calculation. This is not a goal for individual students. This is not a goal for individual institutions. We know there will be variation by sector and by student. The goal is to keep this ratio at 60% at the state level. The statewide student loan debt to first-year wage ratio is about 72% at 4-year institutions and about 36% at 2-year institutions. In 2014, half of undergraduate students who completed did so with student loan debt. There is a target under this goal so that no more than half of students completing with debt do so. Texas was bold with our Closing the Gaps plan, and we will continue to strive to do the best we can for students in 60 by 30 Tex. Texas must continue to reimagine college and the college-going culture in broader terms to meet the state's workforce needs. Without bold action, Texas will face a future of diminished incomes, diminished opportunities, and diminished resources. The ultimate goal of the 60 by 30 Tex plan is to have a diverse and educated workforce by 2030. And I'd be glad to address any questions now, and I appreciate your patience.
Junior, one of the things that you talked about, obviously, a lot of these goals are aimed at undergraduate education, but several of these hit on some things that we were talking about as a group when we were discussing some of the plans for a strategic plan for graduate education. And I guess I'd like to have some understanding of with the completion. I saw that you have it for overall, that you have master's students kind of lumped in there. Are there any specific goals for Hispanics, African Americans, economically disadvantaged students, et cetera, for at the graduate level? And are there specific numbers for kind of completion that we want at that level as well?
60 by 30 Tex is unique from Closing the Gaps in a number of ways. And one of them is that we did not create targets by degree level. So there are targets for populations, but not for degree levels. So no, we don't have a target for the number of students we anticipate at a master's degree, or we don't have a target for that. We will probably be monitoring that, though, so we can look at the distribution of degree or certificate completions in the state to see what those trends look like over time, but we don't have a target for them. Does that answer your question? Okay.
I noticed you had the 60% of the debt is only for undergraduate degrees, so it doesn't include the master's, because again, that could be something where the ratio is better for the master's students because they earn more funds, and majority of the master's students, or a large number, are already supported during their graduate education. So, I mean, is that just focused on undergraduate then, the 60%?
It is, and hopefully the handout that you have, if you flip it over, you'll see which degree levels each goal and target applies to, and you are correct, it only applies to undergraduate certificate and degree earners. And we chose that population because we wanted to have the widest impact on higher education financing, and so that's why we did not include graduate education. But you're absolutely correct. Most data show that students who complete their undergraduate degrees and who go on to earn graduate credentials have the lowest default rates in student loan debt.
Thank you, Joan. I just wanted to follow up on a comment that Candy made, and I want to come back to this issue of targets, perhaps. And I'm not sure, if there's room for plasticity as this particular initiative unfolds. But given the fact that innovation is tied to graduate education, and the fact, again, those same labor statistics that you referred to, income is higher with increased degree level, that I think would be judicious on the part of Texas, if it wants to keep an innovative and competitive advantage, to actually include graduate degree targets in their plan.
Well, what I can say is I agree it's absolutely worth looking at, and that it's very possible we will. Is there plasticity in the plan? The plan was just approved in July, so in the immediate sense, the answer may be no, that we won't be adding targets immediately. However, as we did with closing the gaps, every 5 years we're going to revisit our targets, make sure that they still measure what's important for our students and our economy. And again, what we have in the plan doesn't mean that's the only thing we'll look at. So this is good feedback for us to think about what we can monitor, even though it may not be an official target.
I may have missed this, but on the first page you have increased the number of male students completing a certificate or degree. What was the premise? What was the data that derived that goal, that led to the derivation of that goal, rather?
So we learned through Closing the Gaps. Originally, when Closing the Gaps was developed, it didn't have any targets based on gender. But we learned, I think, 10 years in when we started to disaggregate, and I'm not even sure how that question came up. We ended up looking at enrollments and completions by gender and realized that females were far outpacing males. So we were meeting our targets in some sense, but only for one part of the population. And so we've integrated the male completions into this plan because we realize that we are not moving that needle the way we would like so that there's parity in the population.
Don't know if you analyzed it to this level of granularity, but do you get a sense that that information was, or that data was primarily an undergraduate phenomenon, or is that graduate degrees as well? Because our experience is that it's the opposite. So that came as a little bit of a surprise to me when I saw it. So I guess I'm still trying to understand if this is primarily the case in the undergraduate side or whether it's also true in the graduate side.
Well, that's a good question. I am inclined to say that we were focusing on undergraduates, but I don't actually know the answer to that question. If anyone else has...
Sonny, I did ask James to see if he could see that for us, and he was trying to look, and he said, we'll need to do a data request to find out, because I was wondering the same thing. Is it something that's also occurring at the graduate level?
Right, and that would be good for us to know since masters are included in the completion goal. So thank you.
We can get the overall number of degrees in the state by gender, but the accountability system doesn't have available, right off the top, the breakdown of graduate versus undergraduate by gender. So for that, we'd have to ask the data folks to do a little run for us.
Thank you.
I guess in that same manner with the gender issues, I also wonder, we've had such a focus on STEM, and I think a lot of the schools that may have more STEM might have also a preponderance, even at the undergraduate level, of males in that, versus some of the schools that focus on education that may have a preponderance of females. So I'm wondering if some of that data that we need to look at, even at the undergraduate level, may have to do disciplinary as well as we go through this.
I'm sure we can take a look at that by zip code to figure that out, too.
I may have missed this, but how will each institution be held accountable for their part in this plan?
So our accountability system is currently being redesigned. When the accountability system was built, it was built under the framework of Closing the Gaps by 2015. So all of the sections that you see in accountability match the goals of Closing the Gaps. So we're redesigning that system to match the goals of 60 by 30 techs. It is still under construction, so I can't show you an example of what that will look like, but as with the previous strategic plan, the data at the institution level will be shown through our accountability system.
One of the questions that came up when we were talking about the graduate level was about financing of graduate students and some of the concerns that graduate deans have about the financing of graduate students in Texas to make us competitive. And I don't know if it's so much about the debt. I noticed that there's no, obviously, doctoral programs here either, but there was really a sense that we need to be looking at financing at the graduate level as well. Is there anything to be looking at that, anybody looking at that for graduate students and financial support?
We have not looked at those data as of yet because the goal, as you mentioned, is focused on undergraduates. But we can, if that's something you'd like to consider as an advisory group, we can look at that. I mean, the 60 by 30 techs is the next plan for higher education, but that should not limit what you do. If there are things that you want to explore based on these goals and targets, even though the goals or targets don't include graduate education, don't let that stop you. We'd be happy to see extra efforts, to see the plan inspire additional efforts.
A question regarding the marketing skills. Is that considered a low-hanging fruit there? It seems like we may reach that goal in short time.
That is very possible. We think that some institutions are better poised to respond to that goal than others, and it would be really wonderful to see institutions take on a mentoring role to help other institutions who need help with this. For example, our technical state colleges are pretty much they're almost done with this because they've been working on it for a long time, because that's the part of their mission statement. Will you tell me? Do you feel like your institution is there?
Well, you're mentioning institutions. I thought it was a state goal as opposed to an institutional goal.
Well, the marketable skills goal is that all graduates from Texas public institutions of higher education will complete programs with identified marketable skills. So this will be a task that falls on the shoulders of institutions to communicate the skills to students that students are gaining in their programs.
Ginger, on the back sheet where you have marketable skills, you have actually a statement about those that would actually be employed afterwards.
Yes, that is one of the targets.
So that's one of the targets, and then there's a target also to have just the completed marketable skills listed.
Right,
for
the
every
identified
program.
marketable skills.
Okay, because
yes.
I think, Larry, that you're talking about having those identified marketable skills, that would be something that we think would be pretty easily completed. But the second of actually tracking that, how are we tracking whether they're found working? Because I know that that's one thing that we've had problems tracking in the graduate for our master's programs, et cetera. Are our people working or not?
And that target that you've just drawn attention to, that 80%, is also a statewide goal. And that 80% has been about 80% for 5 years or so. The way that we track that is through the Texas workforce data. We get data from the Texas Workforce Commission. Now, those data have some limitations, which are that we are limited to finding students who remain in the state. So we are cognizant of that. And again, this metric is one for us to follow to see if anything changes. And since it's been about 80% for the last 5 years, we expect it will. If it goes far below that, we will be curious to know what's happened. Or if it goes far above that, actually, we'll be curious to know what happens. So it's a metric for us to follow. But we track our students, our completers, using Texas Workforce Commission data.
So at the graduate level, for many of our programs, that's going to be pretty insufficient, I think, especially for our doctoral programs, et cetera, that the whole goal is to really move them nationally. And so in that sense, at that graduate level, that may not be as good a metric to be able to measure this by. Are there other efforts to come up with other ways to measure, to follow our students, to find out how they're being employed?
Yes, we are exploring other ways to get our hands on national data for employment. That's been a struggle for a while, and that's not just Texas. That's every state that struggles with that. But think about it this way. We could look at employment, the students that we find in the state from your programs for the last 5 or 10 years. And so it's, again, the metric is more about looking at patterns than it is about measuring success. Because we're wondering, is something changing over time? And that's what we're really interested in learning. Because even if we go above 80%, is that success? That we keep more people in the state? It depends on how you define success. So again, we're really just following a trend to try to figure out what's happening in our economy. So it may be that if we isolate graduate students, that number will be very different. And we could just look at it over time to see what's changing. So I don't want that 80% to be a red flag for you in any way. That the way we're thinking about it internally is a metric to look at trends. So hopefully that can, and Rex can add to that.
Yeah, I think one way to think about that particular goal is in terms of the overall competitiveness of the workforce. And so part of the idea behind the 15-year plan is that Texas will have, as Ginger pointed out at the very beginning of the presentation, that Texas will have, we know we're going to have a diverse workforce, but are we going to have an educated and a competitive workforce that can see jobs? And so part of the idea behind this particular target is that now we know that employment and unemployment is cyclical with the business cycle, okay? But if you have unemployment going up when the rest of the country's, or unemployment going up when the rest of the country's unemployment is going down, then that may tell you something about industry peculiar to Texas. Maybe that tells you that oil prices have bottomed out or something. But if not, if you account for all the other possible variables, then it may say something about Texas's ability to compete in a modern economy, so to speak. So that's a part of what that measure is also designed to get at, is some very broad and in a lot of ways very crude measure of competitiveness. And certainly for in terms of looking at success of individual graduate programs and so forth, this will not tell you much about the success of the graduate programs at your institution or somebody else's institution. So that's a piece of it that we'll continue to work on, either inside or outside of the plan. So,
and I would just add that we've actually been publishing these data online for a number of years, so it's not new.
If I can just ask for a clarification about the way this particular metric is phrased, when it talks about 80% of the students are found working, does that mean working in the discipline?
It just means working in Texas, because those are the data that we can get. We are able to look at employment by industry, but not by actual job title. So if you could have gotten a degree in accounting but work for a hospital, and you'll show up in the data as working at a hospital. So we don't look at that.
Okay, so that's what I'm unfamiliar with the collection of the data that you're talking about. So because a lot of times you do surveys and you ask students, did you get a job in your area, and 80% would be actually quite good.
Yes, it would.
Especially at the undergraduate level.
But at the same time, we're preparing our students for jobs that we don't know about. So it's also could be very good that they're getting a degree in accounting and working for SpaceX.
Okay, or they could be a barista or something. Does that count?
That is also true.
To the competitiveness that
That's very true. Or they could be the main accountant for Starbucks. We're not able to tell that from our data. And again, this is not just a pain that Texas feels. Every state is really struggling with this data collection.
Right. I'm sure that we wouldn't be happy if by 2030, 550,000 of our students receive certificates. So we have the numbers of certificates, associates, bachelors, and so on right now. Is it reasonable to say that we set targets for the different kinds of degrees rather than just degree?
We talked about that with the planning committee, but they felt like really the way to measure success would be to look at the number of students completing. And the reason why we didn't set targets by level in this plan is because we want our workforce to be agile. And while we may not think of it as a success if every student in 2030 finishes with a certificate, that may be what the workforce needs. So we will, like I said, we will probably follow those data by degree level, but it is not an official target in the plan. But your point is well taken. It is unlikely that we would measure success in 2030 if every single person completed with a certificate, but we did not integrate that as official targets in the plan because we want to be able to respond to the workforce as it changes.
And as a follow-up, how do we count somebody who has a bachelor's and then receives a certificate as well, or a bachelor's and a master's? Do we double count them? Do you count individuals? How does exactly?
That's a good question, and I'm going to give you the best answer I have. I think I know the answer. If a student completes a certificate or a degree in 1 year, in that data collection year, they will be counted twice. That goal counts credentials, not people. However, we have looked at our data, and we know that it is very unlikely. It does happen, but it is unlikely that someone would complete 2 degrees in 1 year, including a certificate.
I think that may be unlikely at the undergrad. I think it's actually a little more likely at the graduate, where we have certificates on the way to our degrees in many of our areas, so that someone may be getting their master's degree and getting a certificate aligned with that. We have a lot of graduate programs that are set up to actually have certificates awarded as part of the way, so they may actually
And this
get that.
goal only counts undergraduate certificates, level 1 and level 2. So a master's certificate or a graduate certificate is not counted.
Oh, okay.
So go for it.
Yeah, and it's important to point out it only counts level 1 and level 2 certificates that are typically workforce certificates. So even if you have a post-baccalaureate certificate that's really at the bachelor's level, or the courses may be at the bachelor's level, for example, that would still not count in this particular metric.
Actually, I have a follow-up. What was the rationale there? Because in many cases, these graduate certificates provide skill sets to individuals that would advance their career and definitely contribute to the competitiveness of Texas. So I'm not sure, what was the rationale of not including the graduate certificates?
I will have to dig back into our archives to find that conversation. It's not coming to mind immediately. I can say why the focus was on level 1 and level 2 certificates, as Rex just talked about. It's because they're typically workforce-oriented certificates. But why the omission of the graduate certificate, I don't have a ready answer.
And I think that Mark is right in the sense that we usually think of these as providing specific marketable skills in the workforce, which seems to be a big portion of what we're trying to do here is help people become competitive in the workforce and provide those marketable skills. And our graduate certificates often are really focused on doing exactly that.
And I would again just encourage you to, if you can take inspiration from the plan, that even if it doesn't target the students that you're serving, but if there's something that you want to focus on as an advisory group, I think we will do what we can to support those efforts.
If I remember correctly also, we need to report gainful employment data for graduate certificates to the feds and not for undergraduate, which means that at least the Department of Education places a higher emphasis on graduate certificates, and undergraduate certificates they don't really care about. I mean, just a data point, that doesn't mean anything, but we report gainful employment data for graduate certificates only.
I mean, this is shifting focus, but it's back to student debt. When you talk about decrease in the excess semester credit hours, we all are for decrease of that, but I'm a product of a system where the efficiency is 100%. There is no way that you can have an excess credit, which meant that if you decide on a career, you are stuck with that career because the rules prevent you from. So I'm thinking that there might be, as I see all the way down, 21 out of 120 is too much, but 3 out of 120 is 2%. You might just be over-limiting that, and I'm afraid you would reach a system where everybody hated. You know, you decide to be an engineer, you are stuck of being an engineer, and, you know, you can more likely drop out than actually change your career. So just something to consider in the next cycle that you guys are looking at this.
And of course, one of the things you talked about is flexibility, and I think that what that does is exactly the opposite, is limit flexibility of the person trying to go into the workforce.
Well, admittedly, that may be a stretch goal, and we shall see how data unfolds over time with your efforts, because we know that institutions are really the folks who are going to take on the brunt of implementation. I think what our committee the planning committee talked about was not the idea that we would eliminate the availability of exploration, but that exploration be perhaps harnessed in a way that would have a better impact on student debt. So a student may be interested in, maybe undecided in a major and wants to take courses to explore a number of to explore their options. Could you advise that student to explore those options such that it would qualify for their core? You know, I think we're hoping that there are ways to improve student choices so that, and again, that's a statewide goal. That is not something we expect for every student. That is not something we expect for every institution.
again, it's just going to 1% or 1.5%. That's almost perfection. And as you said, the institutions will try to reach that goal by, sometimes the easiest way is to just have rules that prevent that, which you don't want that. You want to work with the students, have strategies that help students make the decisions correctly. But the easier way is having burdens and rules and so on to reach these goals. So just again, the 12 or the 10% seems more reasonable than a 1.5%. That's
And like I said, we'll revisit every 5 years, and if it's just kind of, if in 10 years it sounds like crazy talk, we will we will change the target. So, thank you.
Yeah, I guess it's maybe a very general, perhaps process question. What is the best mechanism, vehicle, or forum for us to so now that this is a document that's done, what is the best mechanism for us to provide feedback on, perhaps this doesn't capture what may be more valuable for Texas to advertise as a success benchmark. I guess I don't remember, and I'm embarrassed to say, perhaps I got information to give feedback, but I don't recall that. And so if that happened, that's great. That's good. But if it didn't happen, I was wondering if I could ask the group, would it be of value for us to have an opportunity to, because I'm hearing a lot of questions about what was the derivation of this, what was the derivation of that, and that kind of stuff. So I guess I'm respectfully wondering if perhaps before this gets finalized, that we have an opportunity to maybe contribute, even if it's via email or online. Is that possible?
It is certainly possible for you to tell us your ideas about the plan. However, it has been finalized. It was adopted by our board in July. But that doesn't mean that we're closed to hearing about how this plan impacts the way that you serve students and the way that you're thinking about graduate education in the future. Because again, every 5 years, we're going to revisit our goals and revisit our targets and make sure that they still serve the needs of our students and our economy. So, what I can say is that in May and June, we sent emails to all presidents, to your leadership. So I don't know how or if that trickled down, but we did attempt to reach out to institutions.
Rex, maybe you can answer this a little bit, is that one of the things that GEAC is working on is a plan for graduate education. We understand that we're an advisory body, but part of, I think, what could be is part of this is a way to make some goals and things that make sense, at least at the graduate level, coming from here. And can you talk to us a little bit about the process that we would go about to make that so that it's not something that gets on a shelf and that's the end of it, and we've spent a lot of time on it and we haven't gone anywhere with it?
Yeah, well, let me back up one step and point out that what the board passed was the 4 goals. And there's a lot of information about the plan on our website. There's actually a lot of information on that website also about how some of these goals were derived. So there's some background information about how we got to some of the places that we got to. But I think it's also important to note that if you read the plan carefully, there's a lot of discussion about possible targets and that kind of stuff, which means that while the 4 goals have been set, how we get there and the targets are still very much open in some respects to discussion. No?
No, my understanding is that the targets are part of the plan. But as
taking some of that language out about it being possible,
we ought to do that. But as I mentioned, what the targets that we will follow, they are not the only thing we will look at. So we have said publicly that there are other metrics we can follow to make sure that we're still serving our students the best way we can. So I do think it's that if we want to follow graduate level completions or some other metric that you're interested in following over time, while it isn't an official target, it can be something that we look at.
Yeah, and certainly the targets will be revisited every 5 years, and so I think there's the opportunity to change some of those. And certainly there's some possibility of adding to those at a much more granular level, as Ginger was pointing out about graduate programs. And I think it's certainly something that this group could discuss as a group and even bring forward recommendations for those things. And so I think the process itself is something you probably just need to build into your discussions, and maybe have this as an ongoing agenda item for your meetings to bring those kind of recommendations to us. And so, some of this, it strikes me that there are, what you were talking about with the 3%, and, we're going to cut it down to 1 hour. Well, maybe we need to, at some point, maybe you need to disaggregate those individuals who change majors from those who don't, and then really focus on those who don't, who still manage to pile up, umpteen hours beyond their degree programs, because that's where the issue lies. And then in terms of other things, maybe what we need to do is build in, and this would be a far-fetched, maybe even a legislative and policy change, but you give people. We already do give them in some sense, we give a free pass already in terms of people who want to change majors, because we go to a certain percentage beyond the degree before we start hitting them with, the 150-hour rule and that kind of stuff. And so there are mechanisms already that allow for some of that to happen. And in fact, the average time or average semester credit hours to completion is actually below 150 hours. So, but to the extent that you can reduce those numbers for those who are undecided or who take a lot of extra courses, even though they know what they want to do, as long as they understand that that's their choice to make and that this may be the implications of it, I think that's important as well. But I think, I think there's a lot of possibilities there, and part of what the plan itself is designed to do is to engender those kind of conversations, particularly at the institutions, and about how, as an institution, each one of you want to try to meet the goals and the targets and look at those things. And so, but as a group, I think you just need to build it into your own internal process as a committee, and maybe have it as a standing agenda item to bring forward.
Just a quick question about the student credit hours, because it doesn't tell a percentage or anything. So how's that measured? Is this 100%? We'll only have 3 hours past that? What is this? Yeah. How are we measuring that? It literally just says 21 credit hours, 3. What is there a percentage?
I believe that's
What's
an
the
average
target
for the state.
So that 50% of the students will attain that? What is the goal?
So it's not that a certain number or percentage of students would reach that. It's that the average for the state, looking at all students, the average for the state would come down to 3 hours over. So you might have 40% above and 30% below, and it would work out to 3. So it's not a proportion of the graduates who would have that. It's just the average across the state.
At the beginning of this, I think it was Dr. Spalding had asked a question about how this builds into the accountability system for higher education. But also at the beginning of your presentation, you mentioned that this is a three-pronged problem, that there is a part that the colleges and universities have in this, and there's also a part that the students have and the state has. So what is the accountability system for the student and the state if this is a three-pronged problem?
So that discussion was specifically focused on the student debt goal and balancing the responsibility between these three parties. We think that, well, let me back up once. The reason why this goal is crafted the way that it is, to the student debt goal, is because we want to bring attention to how higher education is financed at the state level. And that's a conversation with legislators. But we know from experience that going to legislators and just saying, we need more money, or this model isn't working, or some other argument that doesn't include students has not been effective. So we focus this goal on student debt because that is a story that resonates with decision makers. But again, we are cognizant that it involves all three parties. So the accountability system will show data for institutions and for the state, and really those statewide data will in a way will speak to legislators or to the state accountability piece of this. We are not going to have data that show us accountability, personal accountability at the student level. I mean, we think that if this story weaves its way into advising, that students could make better decisions if they knew what the long-term consequences were of making uninformed decisions early on. So I don't think I can answer your question about accountability at the student level, except that ultimately they'll be the ones who will pay back any loan debt. And we want to do the best that we can to help them make informed decisions early on to either choose a major earlier if that's possible, or think about their cost of attendance and are there ways they could trim their budget, like maybe having roommates instead of living alone, decisions like that.
But you see my point that this is truly is a three-pronged problem.
The student debt goal certainly is.
Yet my fear would be that all the accountability would fall on one part of that rather than truly spreading that out, and more particularly towards the state's responsibility in funding higher education. That there will be an increased expectation to improve efficiency at the college and university level so that responsibility is shifted more towards that direction.
I do see your point, and I don't have a good response for you. I think that's something that we all will have to play a role in, driving attention to where it's needed, and your leadership can play a role in that too.
Well, I think it's important to keep in mind that, at least at the moment, the accountability system that we have really only encompasses the first two goals of completion and attainment. And we don't have student debt in the accountability system now. And I don't know that there is any intention to include it as a part of the accountability system, because the goal itself maintains the status quo. If you think about where student debt is at in the state of Texas right now, the goal is actually to maintain the status quo in terms of level of overall debt for students. And as Ginger pointed out, a lot of this came about as a way of trying to engender some conversation about what education costs the student, and to really try to refocus what is it costing students to go to college. And we often, and so far, we've framed that conversation has always been around, what is the net price and what is the sticker price of tuition and fees and those kind of things. And borrowing itself has been left out of the discussion to a great extent up until recently, of course. I mean, in the last year or so, there's been a spate of I'm sure you've all seen the press about all of this. But again, nobody really paid much attention to it until it surpassed almost all other debt. And then all of a sudden, when it surpassed credit card debt, then it's like, which is, the lifeblood of America to a great extent, then when it passed that, it suddenly became a huge problem that everybody began to talk about. But part of this is really to focus on the notion of what does it cost a student to go to college, and that student's parents and so forth, whoever it is that's footing the bill, rather than what is it costing in overall terms. But I don't think that, at least right now, that there's a sense that this would be a part of the accountability system at the individual institutional level and be counted the way attainment and completion will be counted. But that remains to be seen. So it's something but I think you raise really good points that will probably need to be stressed over and over again.
I guess I'd like to echo that concern that Matthew raised, because, actually, Rex, the student loan debt is the sum of credit card debt, or exceeds the sum of credit card debt and mortgage debt in the country right now. And a lot of that has been put on the shoulders of tuition. But in fact, actually, if you take out the decrease in general fund appropriations to state-supported institutions, there's been no increase above inflation in tuition. So the focus has always been on tuition increases and capping those, and no one's taken a look at what's happened to general fund appropriations during that time. So my concern is that there's an increased attention on this issue at the campus without embracing the fact that we need to not just maintain but increase general fund appropriation to make these goals happen.
And I would encourage you and the leadership of your institution to keep having that conversation with their legislators.
Any other questions for Ginger at all?
Could we have access to this presentation?
Probably. It's a good question. I don't know. I will find out. We're trying to be. We're grooming this presentation over time as we get responses from people, and so we're trying to keep a good, tight grip on it. But I will ask. I may be able to provide you with copies before you leave today.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you so much. We appreciate it. Our next point on the agenda is to discuss the strategic plan for graduate education, and Alan's going to help us with that.
Okay, thank you. First, Cindy Valdez is going around collecting the envelopes. That's for the lunch. If you have pre-ordered one of our lovely lunches this afternoon, then the amount that you signed up for is on your envelope, and please have that ready for Cindy, and that'll speed things along. The strategic plan, in a way, we have just been discussing it, and in an important way, because the strategic plan for graduate education that the coordinating board is putting together needs to be dovetailed with what is going on in the 60 by 30 plan. And that was one of our primary goals for this GAG meeting today, was to have the conversation we just had, and I very much appreciate all of the comments and thoughtfulness that just went into those questions to Ginger, because that's going to give us a sense of where graduate education fits into the larger educational plan in Texas. That's our primary goal here with the strategic plan. That was why it was assigned to us, was to articulate to the coordinating board and to ourselves and to the public and to the institutions of exactly how graduate education can and perhaps cannot fit into the 60 by 30 plan. Now, naturally, graduate education cannot be limited to what we just saw in the 60 by 30 plan. A number of you just articulated very effectively how there are aspects of graduate education that are different in structure, different in mission than what we see in the 60 by 30 plan and the 4 goals that it's trying to address. There are new and different goals that graduate education is going to have, and that's also what we need to articulate. So I love the idea about this being a continuing GAC agenda item, that we provide feedback to the coordinating board and to ourselves about what graduate education's strategic goals are in relationship to the overall Texas state goals. Primarily workforce and primarily student debt. These are going to be things that are going to be key and are going to be critical as we move forward for graduate education. Now, I can give you a sketch of how the strategic plan is taking shape. This has been, after looking very carefully at the discussions that GHEC has had at our last meeting, where we talked in some detail about aspects of the strategic plan that need to be included. You might remember that great time we had when we walked around with the big, pads of paper and brainstormed all kinds of really wonderful and specific and imaginative ideas. Those are all on the table and hopefully will be incorporated as much as possible into the plan. Without getting too far into the weeds, I can give you a broad overview of the categories of the plan. And as I'm talking here, I would appreciate you keeping some notes or keeping your thoughts about what you would like to see in these broad categories. And we can talk about this when I'm finished here, or of course you can always email me or call me at any time, and I'll be glad to talk to you about some of the specifics here. The first part will be a data section that will provide an overview of graduate education in Texas. This will include the kind of information that we have from the accountability system primarily on academic and professional degrees, the number and distribution of graduate programs across the state, graduation rates, and the other kind of information that we have to provide kind of a snapshot view of where we are now and how far we've come in the recent past, and try to get a sense of what the trajectory might be for the future. Second will be, as I just described, a consideration of graduate education in light of the 60 by 30 strategic plan. Particular emphasis, as I said, will go on to student debt and how student support is connected to the recruitment of best students around the country and how that goes to national reputation. That could be a link in which graduate education has a particular angle into the 60 by 30 plan. Third, the report will take a look at the possible growth or reduction in certain disciplines and their relationship to projected workforce needs. This could be controversial, and it could also be really interesting, and it could also really help give systems and institutions a roadmap for program development, which is very important for all of us. So I'd appreciate your feedback and careful consideration of this as we move forward. What are the disciplines that the workforce is going to need in 20 years? How can we best prepare students for emerging workforce trends, not just the workforce trends that we have data for now through the Texas Workforce Commission, but trying to imagine the next Google, the next Facebook, the kinds of industries that were difficult to conceive of 20 or 30 years ago. What are the industries that might be there 20, 30 years from now? What kinds of programs, what kind of interdisciplinary collaborations might be necessary to better prepare Texas graduate students for an emerging workforce? And fourth, there will be a survey of institutions and of system offices. And this survey will really be the spine of the report. This will inform every aspect of what I've just mentioned. The direction and the conclusions of the report are going to be influenced by many aspects of the survey, especially as we see any trends emerging from the answers from the institutions and the systems, or as we see any imaginative or creative responses to pedagogy or program development that emerge in the survey. So what I'd like to do now is to pass out a copy of a draft, and I emphasize it's just a draft of the survey that I would like to send to your institutions. We won't specify who writes the responses to the surveys. The survey will be sent to the graduate deans. Now, many of you here in GIAC, of course, are graduate deans, but for those of you who are not, since you are your institution's representative here on GIAC, I hope you'll take a special interest in shepherding this survey through your institution and make sure that it ends up on the desks of the right people. For those of you who are graduate deans, I hope that you will give this survey, when it comes to you in an official way, in a very serious way, and consider the staff members and consider the information that you'd like to compile to really give a very thorough and helpful response to this. Because again, I emphasize, what we get back from the survey will be the flesh and blood of what goes into our strategic plan. So since I'm passing this out to you, since James, thank you, James, is passing this out to you now, I'd like for you to take a look and give some feedback at this time of what is missing from the survey. Are there some important questions that we need to be asking institutions and systems to get the best strategic plan out of this? Are there some questions perhaps that are unnecessary or are missing the point? And of course, anything about the wording or the language is helpful as well.
And I'm going to jump in real quick here. I don't see the word draft on here anywhere, and just let you know, this is absolutely in draft phase and has not been vetted internally. So I want you to make sure that you know we want your input. We want to know if we're asking the right questions about graduate education. So we want to develop a plan that is meaningful and has some thoughtful goals as we proceed that dovetail along the goals of our new plan. So I will make that statement. So if you all just write draft up here, that would be really helpful to me, and I really appreciate that. Again, I apologize that you all didn't have time to take a look and vet these questions beforehand, and we really should do that in our future meetings. We'll let you take a look at questions before you get them. Again, what we're really trying to see is what are the overarching goals for graduate education in Texas. I know earlier the question was raised about the difference between male and female attendance in graduate programs. Yes, for the last 10 years I went back out on our accountability page and saw, in fact, women have been outnumbering men since 2000, which is what I went back and looked at, by about 10,000 more. And the number's growing. And we know that there are variations by program. And we know that There are certainly variations within STEM fields and within health professions fields. We understand that. We want to know we know too that in the last decade we've approved a number of master's degree programs, and those are quite important and will play a big role in the new 60 by 30 TEX plan as well. So I just thought I'd jump in and offer that sentiment. And this, again, the questions we're raising, we just want you to look down the road and kind of give forethought to what's coming and what should we be aware of and what should the goals actually be related to graduate education, regionally, statewide, within your institution, and out. But we want this to be a statewide look at graduate education, not an individual institutional look. So, although we encourage you to look within your institution and figure out what works. So, thank you.
I know we're all seeing this for the first moment, so we might want to take just a few minutes here to take a look at this. Okay.
I have a couple of comments, and coming from a private school, you can take it for whatever it's worth to you. But it strikes me that when you talk about distance education with the graduate programs, what role, but maybe you need to ask something a little more detailed. Maybe it's more of what percentage, or because it seems like it's going to be different based on the institution, and I'm not sure just knowing what role is going to be as helpful as a slightly more detailed question. And then I also wondered why there's nothing here about how industry's needs are expressed to you and how that impacts the ways you decide on programs.
Those are great suggestions. Thank you.
Both in this document, in the 60 by 30 conversation, there is, we're talking about marketable skills, and that concerns me a little bit. I know that all our programs, just for accreditation, have learning outcomes. What should a student know when they graduate from a particular program? So what worries me when I see that is, how do you connect learning outcomes with marketable skills? In order to have information about marketable skills, we need to ask the market. So are learning outcomes the same as marketable skills? I find it a little bit difficult to identify marketable skills just looking inward towards the institution itself.
Well, I'll push a little bit further on that. At the graduate level, you do want to prepare students to have some expertise and some in-depth knowledge base and be able to demonstrate that they have received additional skill sets as they progress through their graduate career.
I have no problem with the additional skill sets. I have a problem with a marketable skill set and how are these defined. And that's, you talk to industry and they talk very often about soft skills. So is that appropriate for us to demonstrate, or is it everything is leaning towards a technical skill, which then becomes worrisome if you are in the humanities, for example?
Absolutely, and I think you touch on a good point. I know there was a lot of discussion during the 60 by 30 text regarding marketable skills, but it's often that it's really a student-centered focus goal as well, because so oftentimes students will graduate without understanding what skills they do have. So it's really an encouragement to institutions and programs to make sure that their students know that being able to do PowerPoint or Excel spreadsheets, or those are actual skills. And given the generation that's coming up today, I know my daughter, who is a freshman now, was doing PowerPoint and Excel in first grade. So she's had those skills for a long time. Now, they might not be at an advanced level, but they're
one of the things that we did last time is several of our subcommittees had something that was circulated that I can circulate to the rest of you that Austin Cunningham had shared with us about some of the things that the Irish universities were doing with marketable skills at the graduate level. But it really was taking some of the things that we assume, for example, leading research teams, those kinds of things, and trying to focus them how that could be used in a broader level out in the workforce. And so the problem that we run into is I don't know if you can measure those things, right? I mean, we start running into those issues of how can we measure this, that kind of thing. I don't know if that's really in place here. It really is about trying to say, here's the skills that you've learned in our programs, and here's how you can present them in the workforce that may not be just specifically going back into academia. And that's literally what I've seen when I've taken a look at how people are using this, is it's taking this. So in some ways it is related to our learning outcomes, but it's not measured so clearly like that. Anybody else on those subcommittees want to add to that at all?
Capture that. But I have a question. So how many of these surveys do you expect to come back from each institution? Is it just one per institution, or as many as we can get, or?
I was imagining just one.
Okay, I mean, because the questions are great, but they're all open-ended, which makes it the type of the harder surveys to convince many people to actually fill. So I mean, they're very thoughtful and so on, but I agree with you. Probably one per institution might.
Well, I mean, we could send a survey. Well, I don't know. I guess that would be impossible. I mean, a survey sent out to individual programs would just be, or individual schools would be very unwieldy, I would imagine. So we imagine just one survey to the institution, and also a different survey to the system offices as well. They may have a slightly different take and different perspective on things.
And I just had a question about the instructions that will go with the survey. I can imagine different universities taking a different approach to how they fill out or who fills out the survey. So will any guidelines be sent with the survey to say this person should fill it out or this department should provide the answers?
Yes, that's a good point. The survey will come with a memo that will explain what the survey is, deadlines for it, and some instructions and some guidelines about who we expect to be filling it out or sending it back to us. Definitely.
Maybe I'm missing it on part one, but is there wording that could be added for redesigning graduate programs or certain programs?
I'm sorry?
Could there be wording to possibly in Part B instead of eliminating or add to eliminating to for programs that are being redesigned?
Oh, I see. Okay, thank you.
I'm also, as I'm looking at this, I'm wondering about the role of accreditation as we are certainly looking at it, from a regional standpoint, but also different programs and disciplinary accreditation. It is impacting the way programs are developed. It's impacting level of resources. And we're seeing certainly an increase in those efforts at our institution, and I do think it has a direct, maybe indirect connection to program development.
I'm looking at two sections, student support, and I think one that has to do with recruitment. And my mind goes to graduate student assistants, graduate teaching assistants, graduate research assistants, and things of that sort. Our competitiveness, well, the stipends we provide for those individuals and things of that sort. We may have some of the top candidates or most qualified people who are interested in our programs, but do we have ability, the resources to attract them to our Texas programs with scholarships, with teaching assistantships at the front end, as opposed to once a student is there, they prove themselves after a semester. There is a tendency to hold those scholarships for those people we know, and sometimes even the teaching assistance for those people after we've seen them on campus for a semester or two. So what are the whole issues related to graduate teaching, graduate assistance?
If I may add to that, Larry. Actually, I was going to suggest, Alan, that you dissect B apart. It seems like there's a lot of emphasis in this document as well as in the 60/30 plan on student debt. And so I think that, there's something that's overarching, I think, that's crept into this document. And so I'd like to suggest that we dissect out the student support, the financial assistance piece from the student debt piece, because our ability to recruit top students nationally is related to the competitiveness of the packages we offer, and that's a separate question than, I think, student indebtedness.
That's a good point. Thank you.
I want to reference something to Dr. Taibbi. So, I mean, this was the report from the subcommittee, and I see here actually, and it's part of the minutes that are over here, that we actually talked about professional development rather than marketable skills, and that was in the report that was coming out of the Council of Graduate, I believe. I mean, it's what we are referencing there in the subcommittee, Council of Graduate School and Education Testing Services, the path forward. So they talk about rather than marketable skill, professional development for our graduate students as being, an important component to complete the package, of the researcher that understands also some of the soft skills and so on as part of that. And I want to talk about the student debt, again, especially at the graduate education. I mean, the student debt, for the graduate students, I'm not sure if that's a component that's being included in the 60/30 or not, but we have a lot of international students. Are we considering, the debt of these students as they come out, or not? I mean, because for the STEM fields, the majority in most of our schools are international students, 80, 90% sometimes, so.
And I think looking at demographic issues here and diversity issues would be important as well, socioeconomic issues.
May I ask a question? Did you say 89% of our students in STEM programs are international?
In some of the engineering fields, you can have 80 or 90%, yes.
I had not heard that.
Do you think it would be helpful to add a whole different section on international students and diversity, the particular needs and issues relating to international students and diverse populations?
Are we asking about both graduate and professional students? And again, going back to the issue of debt, and sometimes what happens, we all know that the debt of students who go after MDs, who go after law degrees, all get clumped into the degrees of an engineer. And I mean, you may have some debt, but it's a huge inequity between the level of debt and how fast it can be paid off, and the real effect on the students.
I'd like to answer your question directly, Alan. I think it would be a good idea to address issues of diversity. I mean, again, I'm not sure, most of you probably saw the last NSF survey of earned doctorates, and there's a lot of data there on diversity. And I think that we'd be well to address that as part of our strategic plan to increase diversity, but as well as inclusion, how the students feel included in the programs on our campuses. Then I got one other question, Ellen, and I may have missed it at the outset in your introductory remarks, but was there a reason for pulling out, in program development, pulling out engineering, nursing, and medical-related fields separate from, in C, separate from B? I mean, is there a reason why are we drawing attention to engineering for a particular reason?
Only because those are fields where we've seen a lot of new program applications in recent years. We just wanted to get try to get a sense of how many of these programs, we already have quite a few, how many are we going to be seeing in the future? So if we get some feedback from institutions and systems about, do you have any long-range plans to add any of these programs, then it might give us a sense of the emerging terrain. Your point's well taken that it's certainly not only these three fields that may be appropriate to end up in the final report. These are just three of the fields where we've seen a rapid recent growth. There may be other fields as well.
So in terms of diversity, I always consider the international students as part of the diversity, because you don't want to have programs that are dominated by international, and you want to have the opposite as well. So we were just developing our own strategic plan for our graduate school, and mainly diversity entered as part of increasing diversity of international students or number of international students in some of the programs that have no international students at all, and vice versa. So.
Yes.
On program development G, it's fairly open-ended. Which programs are nationally ranked? Are you essentially trying to find out what programs get nationally ranked, or do you want to know ranked above? I mean, you know, there are rankings that go up to 200 or 300. And then there are some programs where there basically is no national ranking. So that's a very open-ended question. Are you just trying to find out what kind of programs get nationally ranked?
Yes, and we're trying to figure out what are the programs that you see as key to your identity for your national reputation. Our institution is famous for our program in X. I'm more concerned about that than I'm more concerned about that than I am about what the overall national U.S. News and World Report ranking may or may not be. It's where are the eggs that we're putting in our basket? You know?
So maybe you don't want to use the word nationally ranked, because that brings a very specific set of things to mind.
Okay.
Right. I mean, there might be a better phrase than nationally ranked. The way you phrased it, I understood what you were after, and it's not the same interpretation I would have put on it. If you'd asked me what programs are nationally ranked, I'd pull out the lists.
Okay, thank you. Anything else? Well, I know this is a little unusual. The reason why I gave you this as a handout today instead of sending it to you in advance is because I don't want you to take it home. I'd like for you to leave this here and to give these back to me. If you have some comments you'd like to make to write on it, I would appreciate that, and give those back to me. The reason why is because this is a draft, and I don't want it to really get out of this room. That's why it wasn't emailed in advance. So that we have opportunity here to rewrite the questions, to think about it. And of course, there's all kinds of vetting that goes on here in divisions where surveys are approved for their wording and for the data collection aspect of it. So before this goes out in any kind of formal way, we want to make sure that it's polished up. So I appreciate your feedback on this very much, and if you could give those back to me before you leave today, I sure would appreciate it.
Alan, if I may make another statement. So I think the survey may yield some valuable information, but I think on the front end, it may be helpful for us to remind ourselves that all graduate programs are not situated the same, that there is a significant difference in master's programs, professional master's program, and the traditional master's program, just like there are differences in master's and doctorate level programs. And then there are differences in doctoral programs, whether they be the applied or clinical versus the research doctorate. And I'm noticing that there are a number of disciplines that are looking at clinical doctorate programs. We have a PhD in marriage and family therapy, but there is a clinical doctorate in marriage and family therapy that I think would be less costly, to use. And we already have some of these in nursing, OT, and PT have the clinical doctors and all. But these are not the same, and I think when we don't make that distinction as we talk about the programs, we really marginalize, I think, some of those programs. Maybe the doctorate programs we marginalize. Just an observation.
Well, I'm hoping that the strategic plan will certainly capture and make a persuasive case for the really astonishing and impressive diversity and array of graduate programs across Texas. Different sizes, different functions, different goals, different populations, different regions, different kinds of workforce demands, from the largest institutions to the smallest ones. The range and diversity of work that's being done out there is really impressive. And I'm very much hope, with your help, that the strategic plan will reflect that and make the case strongly to everyone in Texas that graduate education in Texas is in very good shape and is only going to get better as the years go by.
Hopefully we can continue to look at these, maybe even have some time over lunch where you'll have some time to look at it to see if you have any other ideas to support as well. And then I'm assuming now, Alan, as we're working on recommendations for the strategic plan, that'll be woven into what you're doing?
Yes.
Okay, all right. Okay, so then the next thing, any other comments on that or questions concerning that? All right, so the next thing on our agenda is the competency-based education for graduate programs. Did Ginger leave? Where is she? It doesn't look like she's here. I don't know what happened there. Do we want to go on over to yours, James, and then we'll see if we can find Ginger. So we'll skip over and do the overview relating to graduate education. James Gowan, please.
All right, thank you, Candy. Okay, so I want to tell you a little bit about what we've been working on here at the coordinating board recently. We've had a lot of discussion about new doctoral programs and that related process. The commissioner came here and spoke not too long ago about what his vision was for doctoral education in Texas. And lately, those of you that have submitted requests for new doctoral programs, you've probably noticed that we've come back to you and asked you for more information about some pretty specific things. And so what we staff have tried to do is we've tried to gather together the things that the commissioner said, as well as the things that he's been consistently asking for during the process of doctoral program review. And we've tried to gather all that up and use that to refine our doctoral procedures documents. And I use that term broadly because that's not just the doctoral proposal form, that's also the guidelines for institutions, and that's also some of the internal documents that we use here, that we route during our approval process. Basically, the staff evaluation is what I'm talking about there. So those changes are still working their way through the internal approval process here. The commissioner and Dr. Gardner are still considering them. We're still talking about them internally. So I don't have the final drafts to share with you yet. So what I thought I would do instead is just talk to you about the elements that we're including here. We're revising the doctoral proposal form, we're revising the guidelines for institutions, and accordingly we're also revising our rules so that our rules line up with what we're asking you for on those doctoral requests. Okay. So looking through that, got a little list here. As you probably noticed, in many cases we come back to you and ask you for more clarification, and that kind of slows the process down. So to speed that up, we're trying to put and make explicit in the proposal everything that we've been asking for on a little bit more of an ad hoc basis. So one of the things that's become important is the subject of the next presentation, and that's competency-based education. And as you may remember from the discussion with the Commissioner uses this in broad terms. So this isn't just competency-based education as it's nationally defined, but that's really a broad array of strategies that institutions and programs can use to accelerate student time to degree, to accelerate the process of getting the student to candidacy and getting the student through their final project, whatever that may be, and out the door with a degree in hand. So we think of this as competency-based education, prior learning assessment, any assessment of, work experiences they've had. If you've got an EDD program and this person's already been a principal or a superintendent for many years, maybe so there's certain things you could assess. Maybe there's certain competencies that they already possess due to their work that might relate to certain specific courses in the program, for instance. Another element here are we're now explicitly asking for your plan for external learning experiences. This is most often an issue with your professional programs, your professional doctoral programs, because they're the ones that often have these external learning experiences. You've got your DNP programs might have to have a certain number of clinical hours, for instance, and that's certainly the case with your physical therapy programs and occupational therapy programs and things like that. That's something that we've often asked you about, and in the previous iteration there was an item in the appendices, but now it's right up front in the main application itself. Another thing that we've come back and asked about often, it's something that's in your 18 characteristics of doctoral education, and that's employment profiles, employment information from your recent graduates. So if you're coming in and asking for a new doctoral program, it's long been the case that we all want to know that your current doctoral programs are performing well. One of those metrics, not the only important one, but one of the important metrics, is what's happening to your graduates. Where are they going? What are they doing? Are they going into postdoctoral fellowships? Are they going out into academia? Are they going out into private company and private employment? Well, wherever they are, we like to hear about it. We like to know what's going on, and we're hoping that since this is something that you're already collecting for the 18 characteristics of doctoral programs, that this is something you should already have at hand. It may need to be collected together, but it's something that you're already asking about. Other things that you'll see in the rules, for instance, are really just cleanups. They're things that we've asked you about for a long time, but when we took a look at the rules, that we didn't see them in there. So, for instance, one of those things was support staff. We didn't have a line in the rules asking you about, that support staff was one of the characteristics that we were going to ask you about. Now, in the draft that we've put forward, now it will be. We're hoping to get those rules posted soon, by the way. These rules are Chapter 5, Subchapter C, right? It's about the criteria for new doctoral programs. And again, what we're trying to do is just to bring into alignment, here's what we're asking you for. Make sure that those things are also reflected in the rules. Okay? As I said, none of this stuff has received final approval, so I know you doubtless would have a lot of questions about it, but since it's not in final form, I can't really say anything too definitive yet. Just wanted to give you a picture of what we're trying to do there. Are there any questions about that? Okay.
James, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I was going back to the first point you made about competence-based education.
Yeah.
And I just want to make sure. So in many programs, that applies. They're very prescriptive and course-driven and so on. But doctoral programs and most of our master's thesis programs, they're research degrees, right? So how is that factoring into again, with the doctoral level program, asking that question may not be relevant?
Right. And so what we're shooting for there is in those cases where it's not relevant, that you just give us a paragraph or short narrative saying, well, look, here's the elements of this program, and here's what we're doing now, and for instance, even with a research program, if you've got a doctoral program, maybe you accept or might accept a certain number of master's level credits into that doctoral program, again, if it's appropriate. Or you might have a situation where you say, look, we've got a national accrediting body, and here are the limits of what they'll allow. And so we're willing to consider doing these things, or we are doing these things, but these other things, we can't do those things, and here's why. We're prohibited by this particular body or these particular strictures of that body. So in those cases where it's not appropriate, we just like a little explanation about how and why. Other questions about that?
So you are expecting each of the programs' proposals to address that, though?
That's correct. Right. And again, yeah, that's right. So in some cases, addressing it may be the explanation of most of those things we're not going to do, and here's why.
Regarding timeline, where are we in your decisioning on this? I mean, when will this final decision be made and the use of those new forms?
That's a little hard to predict, but I think it would be a little closer to the short term than the long term.
So we should proceed with using the current forms?
That's right. Until there's an official change, the forms that are officially approved are the forms that are officially approved. That's absolutely correct. And we'll make sure that it's very clear to you when we're making the transition to the new forms. We'll doubtless send out a memo, probably under Rex's name, explaining where to find the new forms, the effective date for use of the new forms, and access to those guidance documents.
Those persons presenting proposals would be expected to speak to the new conditions once they're approved? I'm thinking of we sending a proposal in today, and then 6 months or 3 months, whenever, we get a call and have to modify our proposal. Will be expected to do that?
We right now, if whenever the commissioner or the board or someone has questions, we come back to you for more information. We do that now.
Okay.
So that would probably still be the case in the future. There's, however complete a form or proposal may be, there still may be the possibility of questions, and we'll come back to you for more information.
So these might be things that people consider as they're putting together their plans and their proposals now. Even though there's not a specific question there, they might want to place in here some information about how they'll address competency-based education, how they addressed external learning.
That's a good way to put it, because yes, we've seen questions about these topics come in very consistently, and we've come back to you folks at the institution for answers, and we've included that information as it's moved forward to the commissioner and the board.
James, can I ask you a kind of a philosophical question? Because I've seen in the 60 by 30 and now this, and a lot of other conversation about competency-based, and I know that that's the latest thing in the last 10 years or so with the badges and the MOOCs and all these things. And while you said that it's, we can, in one of our proposals, we can explain why it's not possible, the reality is that we always want to make the best case. And if the coordinating board is asking for competency-based education, I think we're all going to make an effort to just include something. Is there any concern that, especially in the doctoral level, that this might kind of water down the quality of the degrees that are giving in Texas? I mean, I can think of some competency-based learning, maybe on the certificate, on the associate, even on the undergraduate level. But when we're talking about a PhD, for example, I just find it difficult right now to think what kind of credit I would give for somebody. I'm not saying it's impossible. I'm just saying, are we lowering the quality of the degrees we're given from, just a philosophical discussion?
If I can interrupt, Costas, after lunch, we'll be having a presentation from Ginger about competency-based education and some techniques that institutions can use. It might be best to table that question for after her presentation when there's a context for it, and she may address some of those points.
Okay, great.
Some of those points directly.
Rex?
Yeah, let me go ahead and address at least a little bit. No, I don't. I mean, I understand the concern about possibly watering down the curriculum, but on the other hand, I think if anything, we need to think about how we raise the quality of the curriculum or maintain it at the very least. And so the aim is not to do that at all. And I think it's real important to understand that the concern here is not so much that programs adopt competency-based education, although frankly I would argue that education has always been competency-based in some form or another. And as a doctoral student, it seems to me that the dissertation is, in some respects, sort of the ultimate competency-based test, and of whether you've learned anything or not in all of that. To put it bluntly, I mean, so I think it's always been, but I think the thrust now is really not so much on are we testing for competencies or not, but really the thrust is how do you test for competencies? And so there is a lot of discussion about direct assessment, and I think we'll hear a lot about that after lunch. But on the other hand, I think that the question that I get asked by the commissioner quite often with regard to this is not so much, and I think that James was trying to get at this in his remarks, is not so much are you using competency-based education in some sense of we have 35 competencies for this program. Now demonstrate to me each one of those in some fashion. But really it's about the time to degree, and are we trying to utilize as much as possible knowledge and skills that students come into a program with, and are we trying to make sure that we are adequately measuring the knowledge and skills that they're getting as they go along. And I think a lot of science programs do this through research programs, and actually in a lot of ways wind up doing almost what amounts to direct assessment anyway. Either your experiment works in the sense of meeting the criteria of scientific method or whatever, or it doesn't work. That doesn't mean you get the results you were looking for, but it does what it's supposed to do. So I think it's kind of important to remember that competency-based now has a rather, the way it's used a lot has a rather narrow definition, that your programs may or may not fit that. But what the interest that we have here is, are we sort of minimizing a student's time in a program, none of which, by the way, then is also designed to then minimize the quality of that program. So can you still maintain the maximum amount of quality while minimizing the time? And that's really what we're interested in.
Any other comments?
So last time we did submit, or there was talk about, prime directives and so on, and I'm wondering if these have been discussed in any manner after we submitted the report from the subcommittee last time, and, whether this is going to enter into impacting the forms that you may have. Like, we talked in there about marketable skills, but we also talked about other things, financial support and so on and so on. So we have that report. So I'm just wondering.
Right. Certainly these, what I've described, aren't the only changes that we've considered making to the forms and procedures. There are other more detailed things. We asked for a little bit more detail about your projected enrollments, for instance. You notice in the past form, we only asked you for overall enrollment and Hispanic enrollment and African American enrollment. And we looked at that and realized, well, no, we really want to have a more complete picture than that. So to go to your earlier point, we've recommended in the revised form that we now have specific lines for all of the major, ethnic breakdown categories plus international students. So there is a little more detail about student support in there. That's now. We've revised that little suggested table as well. Yeah, there's quite a number of places where we've made adjustments, added in more detail, and made other suggested or recommended changes.
I do have a concern, James, because one of the things that was brought up last year about international was that there seemed to be a real concern that some of our programs were becoming too international, especially in the STEM areas. And now that we're breaking that out, is this going to hurt people putting forward proposals in those areas that may and probably will have quite a few international students?
We don't have any limit or quota that I'm aware of, and no one has suggested one to me. So no, I think it's rather just let's be clear about what we're expecting. That's certainly how I'm viewing it. Let's be clear about what are your expectations for this program? Who do you expect to serve? That's really what we're looking at.
You also stated about that you're looking at employment profiles in more detail than what we have in the 18 characteristics, or basically bringing forward what we have in our 18 characteristics for all our programs would be just fine.
Right. That's more of what I was picturing, was that the data that you're required to collect for your existing doctoral programs in the 18 characteristics would be the data that you would collect up and then furnish for this section. Yeah, that's what we're picturing.
And can you give us a little more information about kind of what you're thinking with the plans for the external learning experiences? What right now is kind of on the table about what you're expecting people to do for that? That
you'll tell us, first of all, if a plan is necessary or not, right? Is this a program that requires external learning? Will there be external learning? Yes or no? So there's kind of that binary. And then if it is yes, do you have a plan? Do you know whether, for instance, external learning experiences are highly competitive or not? There are certain fields, especially some of the allied health, medically related fields, where these external learningships, whether they're clinical placements or whatever they are in high demand, and institutions are in somewhat of a competitive field for them. And there's others where there's not such competition. But whether there's competition or not, do you have a plan? Do you know where your students are going to go? Do you know how many slots you're going to need? How many slots are you going to need in the first year versus how many slots in the 5th year or the 10th year? And I think this is probably most critical. If this is a field where there's a perception of we don't have quite enough of these, right? Or it's hard to get these, and these are difficult to find. The ones that are out there are already spoken for. Do you have a plan for addressing that? That's going to be particularly important in that case. So what's your plan, for instance, perhaps to expand the number of available slots for student placements in this area, if this is a field where things are kind of tight?
One of the other things I think Mohammed was bringing up was about some of the suggestions that we had made from GIAC to you, and one of them was about having something where the programs could make arguments for particular doctoral programs that would be important for their region, so that it would not necessarily be just based on whether it was a flagship institution, but also they would be able to make statements about reasons why it would be important for their particular region to have that doctoral program. Is that part of the plans too?
I believe we've made explicit the regional aspect of it. I'll go back and check. There are certainly spots where that could be. Let me see how explicit that we've made that. Okay. But my recollection is that we do include mention of national, state, and regional. I think all three of those terms are in there, but I'll check and make sure. That's a good point.
And I think the other suggestion was not just, I noticed that you placed here about having the employment profiles, but one of the things that was also suggested is that there be a place where you collect information about their ability to serve diverse students who are low socioeconomic status, first generation, those kinds of students we talked about. That may be also something, because we thought that would be a difference certain institutions may have, that they can provide that. Not that every single program that goes forward would say this is what we're doing for that, but that there'd be a place for some of that to be discussed, that they would be able to handle those, and that they have a history of being able to work with those students successfully.
Okay, sure. I'm not sure if that would be in a particular section or that might be distributed across a couple of different sections, right? I mean, certainly that's something that we would see in those enrollment projections based on who you think you're going to have in your program. And another place would be in the student needs section, right? That if there's a need of a particular population in your area, a student need, that's one of the areas you would address it.
But I think it was also about showing a success at already addressing that in other areas. Does that make sense? It wasn't just showing that this program would do this, but also that you have had success in the past. Does that make sense? It was kind of a showing data that you've already had success dealing with a particular type of.
Yeah, that would probably be the existing doctoral programs area where you talk about the successes of your existing doctoral programs. Let me go back and look and see how explicit that is.
Am I missing anything else that was from the last report that we want to make sure that you're at least looking at to see if it's something that could be addressed? Anybody else have other things?
Okay, then to wrap it up, I just wanted to call your attention to a few things that are on the upcoming cause and board agendas. We'll have a GIAC report. We do a yearly report now from all of our advisory committees about the year's activities. So that'll be going on at the cause meeting, September 23rd. That's also where this fall meetings are also where the board handles the replacements for advisory committees. So GIAC will be filling in the spots of those people that have left the committee either because they've rotated off or because they've changed position or some other employment change. So we'll be getting new GIAC members approved, I hope, at the upcoming cause and board meetings. And then finally, another item I thought you might be interested in is that we're putting forward the rules on SARA, State Authorization Reciprocity Agreement. That'll be affecting distance ed, program approvals between states, essentially, is what it is. Okay? And that's for you folks in the private schools, that's Chapter 7, Subchapter B. Rules 7.5 through 7.57. And for all the rest of you folks in the public institutions, that's going to be Chapter 4, Subchapter S, as in Sam, Rules 4.31, 4.310 to 4.317. So you might want to take a look at those, post it up in the Texas Register, and just see what those look like. And that concludes my presentation.
All right, do we have any other questions? All right, we're going to go ahead, hopefully, is it here yet?
Lunch is here.
We'll go ahead and break for lunch, and then hopefully after that, Junior will be here to talk to us about the competency-based. If you don't mind, hope everybody had a good lunch. Dr. Ginger Gossman has been kind enough to come back to us again, and she's going to present to us on the competency-based education for graduate programs.
Thank you. I apologize for not being here sooner. I have no good excuse. I will just apologize. Before I start with the competency-based education presentation, I did just want to let you know that on our main website, the most recent draft of the 60 by 30 text plan in its full is posted, so anyone it's publicly available if you're interested in going in and looking at more of the details of the plan. So I am actually filling in for one of my staff members, Judith Sebesta. She's at a conference today. Normally she would be delivering this presentation to you, and she is becoming our agency expert on competency-based education. So I will do the best that I can and answer your questions afterwards the best that I can, but I am not the best source in the agency, and so I will defer to her. Actually, I'm just going to write your questions down and send them to her. Little has changed in instructional delivery in the last 7 or so centuries. Really, by and large, the lecture format has dominated college and university classrooms until recently with online education, classroom technology, and revisiting of student outcomes. Competency-based education includes all of these change components, but perhaps most significantly, what is changing in education is our students. Our institutions are serving a more diverse population than we did 20 years ago. Competency-based education is one way to meet the needs of a diverse student body. And indeed, CBE, what we often call competency-based education, CBE is one strategy that can be employed to meet the needs of many of these students and also help us fulfill the goals and targets of 60 by 30 TEX. Competency-based education is not really new, but in its current iteration, it is increasingly widespread to undergraduate education. And I know that this is the graduate committee, but we'll talk about that in a little while. CBE is an alternative to the semester credit hour. And student progress is based on demonstration of mastery of competencies, and mastery is measured through assessments or through an application of credit for prior learning. The main difference between competency-based education and what we often think of as traditional curriculum delivery is that in traditional education, the credit hour, or time, is the dominant measure of progress, whereas in competency-based education, learning is the dominant measure of progress. So in classical setting, time is fixed and learning is variable, but in CBE, learning is fixed and time is variable. So all students have to demonstrate the same level of mastery in order to be recognized as having achieved that competency. CBE is often, but not always, self-paced, online, personalized, accelerated, and ideally affordable. So we don't yet have in Texas, quite frankly in the nation, we don't yet have a singular definition for competency-based education. There are several national conversations around trying to pinpoint this. But what we find more useful when we talk about CBE in Texas is to talk about a framework for CBE versus a definition. And that framework or that structure depends on the content of the CBE or the program. So the framework that we often discuss is what the major components that CBE usually contains. It's modularized curricula, disaggregated staffing, alternative financial models, flexible terms, and learning is assessed, as we mentioned a moment ago, using a number of different measurements. So instruction remains a critical component of curriculum delivery in CBE programs. According to the Department of Education, CBE programs that do not include instruction are really just correspondence courses. And that instruction has to be an interaction that occurs regularly, according to SACS. That's the SACS definition. And it also has to occur at the behest of the instructor. So if it's a student requesting instruction, that's not the same as what SACS is asking for. SACS requires that instruction be regular and that it be instructor-driven, and also be built into the design of each program. Right now, programs in Texas map back to the semester credit hour, and quite frankly, we do this because it's easier than not doing it. It saves a lot of design work related to accreditation, to financial aid, and to transcription and transferability. In order to be able to provide Title IV funds, an institution must be able to demonstrate that it has separated credit hours earned as a result of prior learning from hours earned as a result of educational activity at the institution. And so that's another reason why we map back to the semester credit hour. But as is noted here, there is a national movement to move away from the semester credit hour. So this backwards mapping may not always be the case. And indeed, there are some sites in Texas who have signed up to be part of the experimental sites, which is out of the Department of Education. How many of you are familiar with the experimental sites? Let's see a show of hands. Okay. That there was no variation in that response. So the experimental sites, I'll tell you what I know, which is limited. USDE is interested in exploring how to provide financial aid to students who are engaged in education that is not based on the semester credit hour. So this is pretty large deviation from what they normally do in terms of awarding financial aid, but they're interested in exploring how to do that. They have sites, institutions as sites signed up to be part of this experiment, but this experiment started roughly 2 years ago, maybe more, and it started simply by the USDE talking about it and identifying sites, but it actually hasn't happened yet. They actually haven't implemented providing financial aid to students not based on the semester credit hours. So we're all very curious to see how this unfolds, and we can keep you posted on that as we learn more information. But as of right now, none of the experimental sites are actually implementing financial aid not based on the semester credit hour. In response to the growing interest in CBE around Texas, we have formed a work group. It's a very informal work group. We have about 20 institutions who are participating, and it's basically a monthly call where folks call in when they're available. And what's happening is that the group is sort of a support group for CBE, where people who are implementing share what they've learned, people who are interested get to ask questions. Right now, though, only 2 of the institutions who are part of this work group are actually implementing. The rest are just exploring the idea of CBE or designing how they might approach competency-based education at their institution. So in Texas, the 2 institutions that are implementing competency-based education are Texas A&M University Commerce and South Texas College. And both of these institutions were part of the Texas Affordable Baccalaureate, and they are offering the same bachelor degree, which is a BAS in organizational leadership. Even though they're both offering the same degree, they are implementing differently. Texas A&M Commerce is fully online, whereas STC, their program is hybrid. So when we talk about competency-based education, it does not exclusively mean that those programs are online. So the Texas Affordable Baccalaureate program was developed in collaboration with the coordinating board. Both of these institutions, well, the coordinating board as well, received a grant from EDUCAUSE, and that's how these programs were started. The programs launched in spring 2014, and by May of 2015, they had both graduated their first class of students. And that is the extent of my knowledge. I do know a little bit more, but I will. I'll be happy to answer any questions that you have, or go back to different slides if you'd like.
Can you give me a better idea of how this is different from asynchronous online courses? Other than that, maybe it looks like you're extending it either outside a semester system from when it started and ends.
I can describe to you the programs at Commerce and South Texas College. So their terms are 7 weeks long, and the funding model is based on that term. A student pays a flat rate per term, and during that term, they take a minimum of 2 courses, and anything beyond that that they can complete, they can do on their own time, as long as they can demonstrate the mastery of each competency. And so there has Commerce has seen great success in this model in terms of student progression. For example, they had one student who completed 19 courses in one term. So basically that student was attending full-time plus and just working on their education. So that may be part of what's different. I'm not sure how else would I...
Well, you said that SAC said that there had to be some significant interaction between the instructor, and so there were 19 classes of interaction between the instructor and these students?
That student would have had to have regular, as SACS defines it, regular and substantive interaction with each of the professors of those courses. I know I can tell I'm not answering this to your satisfaction. Let me see what else may be different. So in these models at Commerce and South Texas College, where I talked earlier about disaggregated staffing, they have an instructor, they have a faculty person. And both of these institutions, when implementing this program, used full-time faculty. They did not use adjuncts. But they have a faculty member, but they also have a coach who is a separate person that they can contact if they need help, either logistically or with content. And it may be that I don't know enough about the program you're comparing it to for me to answer the question fully.
So this is different from at least my general understanding of competency-based education, which means that you come into a program with competencies you've achieved through employment or something else, and then there might be a test to identify if you have these competencies, or you come with so-called badges through MOOCs. These are courses offered through the university in an online, asynchronous manner, right?
Yes. So at
it's
Texas
a kind
A&M.
of a different definition, at least for...
So it sounds different, but it encompasses that model. Because a student can come in with competencies, but they still have to demonstrate them. So they can do that using a prior learning assessment, or what Commerce has found is that students are instead just enrolling in courses and moving through the competencies that Commerce faculty have prepared, moving through the modules very quickly.
You know, I know that Texas A&M Kingsville and Texas A&M College Station are working on we had a joint program, and we were asked, as we asked for the separation, to actually, as part of separating the 2 programs into 2 independent programs, to include competency-based learning as part of the new programs. And they're working right now on the model that you just suggested, which is mainly, I know what's developing is closer to what you described in terms of if a principal comes, these were EDD degrees, leadership, and mainly if a principal comes or so, you are going to allow him or her to actually take examinations, more or less get credit by examination. That's the extent of what I know is happening on at least the 2 graduate programs that I know probably are the start of this type of learning experience, competency-based learning.
And both Commerce and South Texas College do that too. So this...
I'm talking about at the graduate level.
Yeah, okay.
So.
Yeah, I think the major difference between what you were describing, Candy, and this kind of system is not so much that one is competency-based and the other is not, but it's how you measure the competencies. Because as Ginger pointed out, what we do now is we say, okay, you need to take these 20 courses for your program, all right? And within each one of those courses, we generally have established that there are competencies. We can call them learning outcomes. We can call them competencies. We used to call them learning objectives at one time. They've been called all kinds of stuff over the years. But the idea always was that the student should master those things, at least at some level. One of the major differences between that kind of system and a competency-based system is that you could average your losses against your gains. You know, you could, because your grade in that course tended to be averaged over time. And so if you establish an 80% competency level for everything, you know, you could hit it. If you hit 100 on one, you can make up for your 60 on another one. And under real competency-based, if you have to hit an 80 on all of them, that's a little bit different structure than you would have before. So what really happens here is that instead of, over the long run, instead of having your program based on you need to have 20 courses, the program might be based on you need to master these 87 competencies. And then what you're alluding to then is how do you demonstrate the mastery of those? Education has traditionally measured those by what's generally referred to as indirect assessments. Oftentimes, you take a test on it. And through that test, you try to demonstrate your mastery of it. But direct assessment would be, rather than taking a multiple choice test or an essay test over something where you write about what you might do, you actually go do it, for example, if it lends itself to that. And not every subject, of course, lends itself to that. So there are a lot of the differences between what happens in competency-based, and the real crux of it is rather than moving through the program in a semester-by-semester course-based fashion, you move through the program with competence, you know, by measuring your competencies. And so where that becomes both affordable and quicker then is that the student has the ability to demonstrate those competencies at a faster rate. And that depends on, you know, the student, depends on the kind of time the student may have. Like this student that went through the 19 courses in one semester, apparently the student didn't have anything else to do except go to school. And so they were able to devote all of their time and attention to moving through these courses. So there's a lot of differences, I think, between the way they operate, and at the heart of it is, in a lot of ways, is how do you, in what the feds are looking at through the financial aid stuff is, well, how do you fund this? Because what they're used to doing is saying, you know, you got 12 hours, you got 9 hours, we're going to fund you. Well, now you're in a competency-based program that's not necessarily based on on having 12 hours or 9 hours a semester. So how do we fund each one? How do we fund those competencies then in some, at least roughly comparable way to the way we fund now?
I guess what confused me is that I guess I had a closer idea of what Mohammed did about competence-based, where it would be by exam or something like that, which is somewhat what you're saying, except that when she threw in the SACS part, that they have to have this interaction between the instructor, and that somehow is how it's different from correspondence. And so then it becomes to me the same thing as online asynchronous classes. And then I can't see what the difference is. So I guess I'm having a hard time distinguishing online asynchronous classes, correspondence, and these CBEs, and how they would be any different from each other. In some cases, it seems like it's exactly the same thing.
Is there a way do you know what the faculty load looks like? So of those 19 classes, is that the same faculty member, or?
No, it wouldn't be the same faculty member. It would be faculty they're teaching the content that they have always traditionally taught, but now they're teaching it in a CBE environment. But I understand what you're asking, and maybe what I can do is work with my staff to come up with a better answer, because they are not mutually exclusive in the way that they address a student showing their mastery of material. But I understand I'm not giving an answer that's sufficient, but if you can give me time with my staff, we can.
I appreciate that. I'm just really just trying to see differences. Go ahead, Sonny.
About 3 or 4 meetings ago, I heard Mr. Paredes, the commissioner of the coordinating board, talk about, within the context of new doctoral programs, wanting to see them all move to a competency-based model. I must say I interpreted what he said very differently from the presentation that I just saw. This seems like very much or very heavily weighted towards competency-based exemption, where person who comes in with a specific set of experiences based on perhaps a profession they were engaged in gets evaluated based on a series of competencies, and then they either move faster towards degree, or maybe they it's what I saw it, and I indulge me just for about 30 seconds, because what I saw competency-based education to be about is, for example, for us in the graduate school, admittedly in a more health-related, biomedical sciences-related area, we see competency-based education as those sets of skills, both knowledge-based competencies, skill-based competencies, professionalism-based competencies. Those are what we try to identify, so that when a student walks out the door, our faculty have effectively evaluated them on those competencies. So we can get both the standardization of what we expect for conferring a degree, but importantly, we also give a little bit of flexibility to the educational system, so that we're not a course-based system any longer. So if you have a particular set of competencies, perhaps they could be achieved by taking one of 5 courses instead of just the one course. So that's how I was sort of thinking about what months ago Mr. Paredes mentioned about competency-based education. Having expressed that sort of lack of understanding about the definition, I was wondering whether you would entertain some normalization of that definition, so we can all understand what we're talking about. Because it will mean something very different for us in the Health Science Center versus perhaps some other institutions.
So I appreciate your question, and this is something that people are struggling with across the United States, because we are part of a national group called the Competency-Based Education Network, and they have been working on a definition for about 2 years, and they have yet to really nail one down, which is why we find it more useful to talk about the framework or the characteristics of what we view as competency-based education, and I do think it would look very different at your institution. I imagine you do a lot of direct assessment for your students with what you're teaching. So, again, I don't think I could have a sufficient answer for you now, but I appreciate these questions so that we can go back and be thoughtful about how to address them and how to reconcile what different parts of the agency are saying.
I just wanted to offer that one follow-up, that in light of Mr. Paredes' comments about evaluating new doctoral programs on the basis of competency-based education in part, that we are kind of having a clear sense of what exactly we need to be formulating if we are going to advance another program for consideration.
We will certainly work with Rex in his area to think more about how to respond.
I think my question is very similar to his. When you say that a student completed 19 courses, when we hear courses, we think 1 3-hour course and you're saying that they did that in 1 semester. So that's the equivalent of 4 semesters.
1 term in 7 weeks.
4 semesters worth of college. The first 2 years of college in 1 semester.
Because what the student, my assumption, haven't heard the story firsthand. I'm hearing it from the folks at Commerce, but the student came in with already having mastered those competencies. So all the student had to do was demonstrate it. right? So and what Commerce, again, what they're finding is they give students the option of taking a credit by exam, but most of them are preferring to just enroll in the course because they're paying that flat rate tuition. It's a cost savings to them to just take the class and then sort of power through to competencies because they already know the material. But what may be useful for you if you're interested in exploring this further is that we actually bring someone from Commerce or South Texas College to talk with you directly about their experience in implementing CBE.
Do we have other institutions that are doing it at the graduate level? I think that would be helpful for us to have somebody who's not working on the BAAS, but somebody who's working on it at the graduate level to come talk to us. Is there someone even in another state that's doing that we could have?
To my knowledge, I don't know if there's someone in Texas doing it.
Yeah, well, Mohammed alluded to this earlier. There is a group of institutions in the Texas A&M system, Kingsville and Corpus Christi, but Commerce has joined to this in Texarkana and maybe Laredo International. There's 4 or 5 at least that have sort of joined in this effort over the next year to look at this issue of competency-based education and or probably even more importantly, prior learning assessment, which can be demonstrated either competency-based or can be, as a lot of schools have been doing for years and years, have allowed students to demonstrate that through a portfolio process. So there's a lot of ways to do, these things. But they're going to be looking at this for over the next year, and they'll be providing a report back to us about what they found and haven't found and how over the next summer. So that may be a good thing to connect to, or at least we can make sure that this group gets that report and those results are discussed here in some way, because I think they're going to take a long look at how a lot of this would work, at least in graduate programs. Now, particularly in professional or practice doctorates, more so than in research doctorates, which on the face of it makes a lot of sense. So, okay.
All right. Any other?
It's just maybe something that you mentioned about the funding for credit, for those courses that are gained by. Can you elaborate a little bit more on that? Because that was brought up, but it was in the context that even credits that are earned by, some sort of competency-based testing or so are still things that we can get formula funding for. So I'm wondering if that's true to your understanding.
That's a good question. I actually don't have the answer for you yet, but two pieces to that. So the first piece, I was actually referring to financial aid awards, not the funding of the course, but funding to the student. So that's what the experimental sites are about from the U.S. Department of Education. But the second piece is that the Formula Funding Committee recently heard a presentation very similar to this one. I actually just borrowed it, where they are now starting to think about formula funding and what that might look like with competency-based education, or if we are able to implement education away from the semester credit hour, what might that look like? So they are exploring this question, and I think they're committed to looking at this over the next year. So it's a good question, and we don't yet have an answer.
Yeah, and right now what happens is that, as Ginger pointed out in the presentation, everything still gets mapped back to a course. And so at the community college level, then those courses then translate into contact hours for funding, and at the 4-year level they translate into credit hours for funding. And one of the big issues with this going forward is going to be how do you, or do you want to get out of that model of funding that goes around that semester credit hour and those courses? And right now what everybody does is map them back. I mean, even Western Governors University, which is sort of led in a lot of respects, has sort of led the nation in this notion of being a competency-based program. They still map everything to courses and then transcript it as courses so that everybody else can kind of understand what that means. So there's still a lot of work that has to be done, particularly on the funding issue, and then how do you transcript this stuff in a way that is meaningful both to students, but even probably more importantly, that's meaningful then to employers and whatever they may be when the student leaves the institution.
All righty. Well, thank you so much for your presentation. We really appreciate it. The next item on our agenda is a discussion of the criteria for the characteristics of professional programs. If you remember, for those of you who are new, last year, GIAC made a recommendation that the 18 characteristics not be used for professional programs. And I know that there's been a recommendation back that, yes, we probably need something for those professional programs. So Dr. Michie is going to help us with that.
Yes, thank you very much. Actually, this has been going back quite a while. GIAC has been considering revisions to the 18 characteristics almost from the very first time that those 18 characteristics were originally created. Consideration of revisions to them have gone back all the way to our January 31st, 2013 meeting. And starting then, there's been a recurring discussion that comes up from time to time about whether or not the 18 characteristics should apply to professional programs, and if so, how that would work. To that end, at our last meeting on April 20th, there was a recommendation from a subcommittee that was set up specifically to study this question. And the recommendation was that professional programs not be included. The arguments of the subcommittee and GIAC's recommendation to endorse the findings of the committee was considered very carefully, but the coordinating board administration determined that the benefits really outweigh the disadvantages of this for students and coordinating board staff and the public. So it's been determined that we will need characteristics for professional programs in one form or another. So with that in mind, I've taken the liberty of using the draft language that was created by some members of the subcommittee, plus some draft language that has come up in GIAC meetings in the past, to come up with a sample of what some characteristics for professional programs might look like. That's in the packet that you have there in front of you on your desk. So what I'd like to do now is to get your feedback on this draft, and again, it's only a draft, of what we think the characteristics should look like, how many there should be, what they should say, and of course the exact wording of how they would appear. So if you'll take a moment to take a look at that draft, and then certainly be interested to hear your reactions and thoughts about that.
And you'll see that you have two documents. One is the 18 characteristics that are being used currently for doctoral programs. The other is the draft that he's wanting you to take a look at, which is the 13 characteristics for the professional programs.
That's right. So you can compare it to the 18 characteristics that are currently approved.
Candy, I got a couple of questions. The first one concerns the time to degree. In our case, I'm thinking particularly of our PharmD degree, where the first 2 years students are not enrolled in the pharmacy program, but are listed as pre-pharmacy, and they have to apply for admission to the pharmacy program. Will we just be counting the time to degree as from the point they're admitted to the pharmacy program, or from the point they're admitted to the university?
I'm trying to think of what we do in other situations, and it seems to make the most sense to count the time when they're enrolled in the program. Right? And if we're talking time to degree, it's based on a student in a program, and if the student isn't in the program yet, it doesn't seem fair to count them as being in the program if they're not.
And I hate to make this complex, but that's going to be complex because there are some schools that admit directly in the freshman year to the pharmacy program, and they would count the entire what's often 6 years, so where in our case, our case would be 4.
Okay, sounds like we would need to have a little discussion about that because we certainly do want these characteristics to be comparable. That's part of the whole plan and purpose of them is for them to be comparable across the state and between institutions.
Okay, I have a second question, and this one has come up increasingly even as we're doing the 18 characteristics for our doctoral programs. The demographic breakdown is white, black, Hispanic, and other. Does that mean the other includes both Asian American and international students? Because in our case, our international students are coded just as international students. They are not broken down by any sort of definition of race.
Well, that's an excellent point. I suppose we could, break out international students from other, although international is a status of a student, not an ethnicity, so it's tricky.
Well, I'm fully aware of that, and we've gone around with our student information system people, and they say, no, we're going to code international as international, and that's all we're going to code them as.
Right.
You know, and so that's all the record we have of them is they are international students. And you know, and yes, I've had data people say, well, isn't that a race? It's like, no.
No, it's really not. It's a status. Yeah, it sounds like we need to bring a little more specificity, perhaps in a, a lot of these are footnoted with an explanation of how you're supposed to calculate that stuff. That sounds like we should do a little more explication there. It would certainly make sense to include the same categories that we generally do in the accountability system, which are the same categories that we're planning to include in our revised doctoral proposal form, with that little table where you estimate the projection of the proposed program, and to have it broken out by these categories that we often use already, white, African American, Hispanic, other, international. I think that's the standard profile that we have now.
On the students passing licensure exams, is that first-time pass rates or ultimate pass rates? Because many students will take it several times and then eventually pass.
That sounds like another item where we need to have a little discussion about what's going to make the most sense for the most programs and be the most accurate. Is there any significant distinction? Do licensing or accrediting bodies often make the distinction of passed versus passed on the first attempt?
Law schools, the ABA makes a big distinction on first-time passage.
Okay, so that's distinction for law, and I'm guessing then, kind of by interpretation, it's usually not important for other
medical
areas?
schools will report first-time pass rates as well.
Okay, law and medicine, huh? And nursing, it passed on the first attempt? Okay. Huh. These are great comments, thank you. Yeah, we're gonna have to think about these items and bring some more specificity again, so that these things will be comparable from one institution to another.
I have a question. Is there a limit as to how many, on the licensure exam, as to how many times a student can take a licensure exam across all these programs?
I imagine that varies by field, depending on what's being licensed. I think in terms of being able to make this element meaningful for this document, we really only need to worry not about how many attempts are possible, but whether we're going to limit it to the first attempt or to any attempt.
Any other issues that we see with any of these, or other comments on that?
Okay, well, thank you. As we did with the draft of the survey, since this is only a draft, this has not been approved by the coordinating board administration, since we're just asking for your input at this point on the wording and the content. I'd appreciate this if you didn't take it home. This is not for distribution to anyone else outside of coordinating board eyes only. So before you leave, if you could leave your copy of this here as well as the survey. And as the meeting goes on here, if you have any other comments or if you see any comma errors or anything else in the wording, please feel free to mark that up, and I'll take a look at the copies that are left here to see if there are any specific comments or inquiries that you have. I appreciate your help on this, and as time goes by, if you have any further thoughts about this, you can contact me directly by email or Dr. Goman, and that would be very helpful. Thanks.
I just want to mention that one thing that's come up in the past, and one thing I think is really important to you folks and to us so that we have clarity on this, and that's which programs fit in which category, right? Which ones are going to be the research-based programs that fit within the 18 characteristics versus which are the professional doctoral programs. I thought I'd mention for you now just how they're broken down now. And we'll have to think about moving forward whether we want to try to shift categories for any of these things. That's difficult. That's not a decision I think to be taken lightly, because I know that can affect funding. So first of all, I just want to say we're not planning on a whole bunch of willy-nilly kind of mixing things around, but it is worth talking about and thinking about which programs fit into which categories, and do we have things placed as accurately as they could be, to put it diplomatically. Right now, I asked my staff to just do a little rundown of where things are now. So if you look in the program inventory and you want to take a look at where things are, research doctorates are a 4. When you pull up the program inventory, it can list things by the level. A research-based doctoral program is a 4. A professional practice doctorate is a 5. And the ones that fit in, there's a lot of categories of research, so let me kind of explicate it by saying, here are the ones that are listed as professional practice. Audiology, dental science, i.e. the dentistry, Doctor of Medical Physics, Doctor of Osteopathy, Doctor of Physical Therapy, veterinary doctors, the JD, lawyers, colloquially, doctors as we call them, doctors of medicine, doctor of optometry, and doctor of pharmacy. So these are the different professional practice doctorates. These are the ones that we currently now list as a 5. These are the ones that I assume you report on the CBM reports as a 5, as professional practice doctorates. Just to give you some idea of which ones fit in which category.
Is there a way that you could send that so we could get it out to people in case?
Sure, I could send out this list, yeah.
That would be terrific. Any other comments about that? Yes. So the question was, she's found the list of the 2 different groups, the professional programs and the research programs. She'd like to know what is making the distinction between those 2.
I anticipate that as part of this clarification process, that once we get internal approval of a set of characteristics, whether it's 13 or 12 or 10 or whatever number it is, we have a set of characteristics for professional practice doctorates, that we have a section of rules for the 18 characteristics. So I would expect that we might expand that section just a little bit, and we might for most sections of rules, we have a set of definitions. So I would anticipate that it's likely that we might create a definition for this to help bring clarity to it. And of course, I can't say what that definition is going to look like, but I would bet that it would look a lot like the IPEDS definition, because in many ways, some of these things are already close to what IPEDS says, and if I took a look at the IPEDS definition, which I think I have here somewhere, and it's not surprising. One of the things that's distinguished between the 2 in IPEDS is dissertation or not. That's kind of a basic breakdown. So it talks about the research doctors. Oh, here we go. So here we go. Let me start with the research one. Doctor's degree, research scholarship. A PhD or other doctor's degree that requires advanced work beyond the master's level including the preparation and defense of a dissertation based on original research, or the planning and execution of an original project demonstrating substantial artistic or scholarly achievement. And then it goes on to list examples of this type of degree may include EDD, DMA, DBA, DA, DM, and others, they say, as designated by the awarding institution. Okay. Then doctor's degree professional practice. IPEDS defines it thusly. A doctor's degree that is conferred upon completion of a program providing the knowledge and skills for the recognition, credential, or license required for professional practice. The degree is awarded after a period of study such that the total time to the degree, including both pre-professional and professional preparation, equals at least 6 full-time equivalent academic years. Some of these degrees are and may include, and then they give a list, which is very similar to the one that I just read to you. It has a few extras, though. Chiropractic, I don't think any of our public institutions have a chiropractic program, but still. Chiropractic, dentistry, law, medicine, optometry, osteopathic medicine, pharmacy, podiatry, veterinary medicine, and others as designated by the awarding institution. So that's how IPEDS defines it. And again, if and when we come up with definitions of our own, they'll probably sound somewhat similar to that.
Questions concerning this?
I've got, just out of curiosity, given that definition, in the 13 characteristics we've got, the core faculty activities and core faculty external grants, I would wonder whether they're still as relevant as they are to the 18 characteristics. Given that definition, I would question, I think all of us as faculty would probably recognize the relevance, generally speaking. But I could imagine a program that was satisfying, providing an excellent education as a professional degree using faculty who perhaps are not regularly publishing in academic journals or bringing in external research.
But who are professionally practicing.
But yes, precisely. So I just wondered about those two characteristics. I know why we ask about them for a research-based PhD. I'm not sure why you'd ask for the professional.
Right. And this may be a case where we ask for it, kind of like the competency-based, but that we don't always expect a certain kind of answer. So, for instance, in our annual doctoral reports that you submit right now for your new doctoral programs, we always ask you about your faculty accomplishments the same way. However, if it's something like a doctor of physical therapy or other very practice-based doctorate, we don't expect that. We don't have the same expectation for that we would for a PhD program, because we understand the differences. We understand that if, for instance, in many EDD programs, you're getting all or mostly working professionals. So there's not a need for the same kind of student support, but we still want to ask you about it.
My only concern is, aren't these like the 18 characteristics posted and published? And therefore, if it says core faculty activities including these things, core faculty grants, none, 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 does that start to make the public think, what are these people doing? When really it's supposed to be, yes, these are our professional doctorates, and so we're expecting them instead to be doing professional practice. And should we maybe, instead of putting those things in there, have something about professional practice instead?
That is a good point. We may handle it that way. We might handle it with a footnote or other notation that not all fields have expectations of research by faculty or what have you. There's a couple of different ways we can handle it, but that's a good point that if we set up the expectation and there's nothing in there, then that could be a public perception problem.
James, I'm thinking for our OT, PT, speech language communication programs, we have tenure track faculty and clinical track faculty. And I'm just thinking how I'm going to process this, communicate this to them, and ask you to be aware or at least be sensitive to that fact. We have two different categories of people working in some disciplines.
Make a note. Sorry, I want to make a note of that. Yeah,
well.
Yeah, right. Tenure track faculty and clinical faculty. So you can have faculty who are part of the program and contribute to it, but the expectation of what they do in that role is different. Yes. Yeah.
That's even true in fields like law, where clinical faculty are increasingly common.
Any other questions about that? Okay. All right. So the next thing on our agenda then, again, if you have other comments on this, please leave those for Alan so that he'll be able to take that into consideration and hopefully bring us back another draft after you've taken that into consideration and shown us what it's going to look like towards its final form.
Sure, although it might be approved prior to the next GIAC meeting, so it might not be a draft, maybe a fait accompli by the time the GIAC meets next.
Okay. Is it possible for you to, when you kind of get it to the point where you think this is what's going forward, to send it so that we can send it out to everyone in case there's some last-minute comments about it?
Sure, don't see why not. Sure.
Great. Appreciate that. All right, the next thing on our agenda is one of the things that came up last year when we were talking about the graduate education was about funding. And one of the things that has consistently been brought up is of how we can fund full-time or half-time status at universities. And several people were saying that they've been told that they can't fund someone under so many hours. They don't know how to do this with dissertation hours or internships, and we're getting different kinds of information from financial aid. And so we've asked Dr. Goman to kind of give us some background and some information that he found on us that might help us when we're talking with our financial aid offices and being able to discuss full-time graduate status.
Okay, so I did a little research on this and quickly realized that federal financial aid policy is a labyrinth, to put it mildly. So I enlisted the help of some of my CB colleagues from other divisions, and they were very helpful. So it turns out that the answer is that there is no specific answer. Let me explicate. So federal policy clearly sets minimum enrollments for undergraduate students, but it does not do the same for graduate students at any level. So per the Higher Education Act, and here I'll give you the citation, and I should probably follow up with an email because it's not an easy citation to follow. Higher Education Act, Section 428, Paragraph B, Paragraph 1, Paragraph capital A, comma, 34 CFR 668.2B. I'm not kidding. That's the citation. Like I said, it's a labyrinth. It's a labyrinth. Yes, I'll try to follow up here. Make a little note. I'll send the citation to the group. A full-time student is a student enrolled with full-time academic workload as determined by the institution. So that's for graduate students. For undergraduates. For undergraduate students, institutions must meet the minimum standards outlined in the federal student aid regulations. So the federal regulations do not define full-time or half-time enrollment for graduate students. This means that institutions have the ability to define enrollment status for graduate students based on the educational program. So this means, can you define it? Yes, you can. Can you define it differently depending on what school or college a student is? Yes. Not only that, you could define it differently depending on what program the student is in, according to my understanding. I went further and asked, are there any state definitions? The answer was, again, no. Not too surprising. If the feds don't define it, it's not surprising that we don't either. There are no state standards for the enrollment status of a graduate student. The state allows the institutions to define the full-time and half-time workload for a graduate student.
So I'm hoping that as we're talking with our with our colleagues about our graduate funding for our students, that this might be able to help us get funding and get financial aid support in ways that we haven't been able to in the past.
Could I ask a question? We have interpreted the state and coordinating board law rules in North Texas to mean that a student employed in a teaching or research assistantship at 25% is equivalent to 3 credit hours, and that the maximum hours that a graduate student may enroll is 18 per semester. And this is based on our understanding of CB rules.
Well, given my relative lack of expertise here, I asked one of my colleagues, Ms. Reed, who I believe has just joined us. She works in the division that most often deals with these kinds of questions, and she's graciously agreed to come in. And would you mind coming up here? I'll get you a microphone.
Because I know one of the issues that came up when we were trying to look into trying to figure out about the financial aid support for our students was that the federal regulations were saying that it could be a combination of student credit hours, research, or internship. So it was a lot of things that could come together that you could then say, versus on the undergrad, it's clearly credit hour driven. At the grad, it appears to be a combination of those things.
Yes, I do agree with that. According to the federal regulations, it does allow the institution to define what a full-time student is, and you can use all of those elements to make a full-time student status. Like you mentioned earlier, for an undergraduate student, it does have minimum standards that you do have to apply by, but you do, as a graduate student, can make that definition for yourself.
Now, I think, Costas, that one of the things that you were trying to talk about is how the coordinating board does for some of its reporting possibly
Correct.
consider full-time or half-time status. And I do think that that's defined, as you were talking about, with those credit hours. But I think we're trying to discuss it as it is in relationship to financial aid eligibility and funding eligibility.
Okay. I guess I was saying that if a student is part-time as an RA or TA, my understanding is that 25% would count as 3 credit hours, which would count towards their full-time status in terms of financial aid. So a quarter-time TA or RA would count as, at least the coordinating board counts as 3 credit hours of courses, which would be similar to what we just discussed, that you can use internships or research experience as credit hours towards your financial aid.
Another situation dealing with financial aid. And this came to me just last week, which I find interesting that we're talking about this. A graduate teaching assistant at our university, 6 in the fall, in the spring semesters, if they are enrolled in 6 hours, no deduction of Social Security or Medicaid. 3 hours in the summer, no deduction of those things from their stipends. But once they become ABD and have only the dissertation to do, if they sign up for only 3 hours to do that dissertation, HR has been deducting Social Security and Medicaid from their stipends. We went to the Human Resources Office last week and asked, why is that? Was it state law, federal law? And they admitted they didn't know. So it must be just procedures. And one thing, again, this happened last week, so I'm addressing that now because I'm going to be asking them not to deduct it from their student stipends if it's not federal law. Can you speak to that, or am I making sense? Was that example in any way coherent, understandable?
No, you were making sense. I would really have to research that because I need to find out further why they were doing that. I don't have all that knowledge at that particular time. But yes, I can go back and research and figure out why.
Can I follow up with you?
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you.
Exactly the same issue happened at UH over this last summer where the students were charged the FICA and Social Security taxes over the summer. And we've been actually trying to investigate what the rule is. And I think the federal law says, and all these discussions are very useful for this, the federal law says as long as the student is enrolled at least half-time during whichever semester, then these taxes will not be charged. Now, for me, why it is very important is what we're trying to reduce the absolute to minimum the number in the summer, because that's when many programs, there's no real requirement to enroll. I mean, the students enroll in research hours, yet many students are sort of engaged in TA or RA or whatnot activities. And for us, it is extremely, and for me personally, very important to know what it is the definition. Because if we can reduce it to 1 credit hour, or if, Costas, if you say just being an RA is an equivalent of being registered for 3 credit hours, we can wipe out $500 liability from all domestic students.
Yeah, I think
would
we
make
found
a huge difference.
We found the same thing, and also that in the National Registry, which allows them not to have to start paying back their loans, that also is a case they need to be able to be placed in there at least at half-time. And many of our students who are on dissertation hours, we have 1 dissertation hour now instead of, for continuous enrollment, instead of 3 or 6. And all of a sudden our students got dropped down and we're told, oh, sorry, you're not half-time or full-time in your program anymore, even though that's all they can sign up for, and they're working on those full-time, but it made them start having to pay back loans. So it's affecting them in the National Registry for paying back loans because our institutions believe that they have to have the minimum enrollment like they do in classes for undergrads, and it's affecting for the TAs and the payback of the funds there as well. I mean, it's kind of hitting us across the board, and I think this refers to that part where, for the 60/30, we're talking about lowering the debt. This is part of where part of our problem's coming from, too.
We had the same problem, but our registrar usually gets that, request from the National Registry, and they respond to it that the student, according to our rules, is a full-time, and that works. But it had to be handled on a case-by-case because the rule is still, I guess, related to the undergraduate or so at the National Registry.
Yes, I'm curious, have there been any studies to look at sort of the cost-benefit of, what you lose in, weighted student credit hours and reducing full-time? Is there anything that says, this dollar equals this to help guide making a decision or something?
I know that at our institution, one of the things that I did a couple years ago was to take a look at what our credit hour production was at that time, and then as we changed the one, and it was actually very insignificant because our students were already signing up for that anyway and just foregoing getting the financial aid. And they were just living with piling up the, saying, okay, I'm not going to do this. I'm going to try to get by without doing that anyway. So it wasn't encouraging them to enroll in more courses at all, at least at our institution.
Yeah, and I guess I was curious, if James knew anything about it, because of course we have quite a few STEM programs and doctoral programs, and so in the summer, really the faculty are paying for their 6, student credit hours. So we're sort of looking at it, but I'm just kind of thinking about how you frame it to analyze whether or not, you're right. So I was just curious if.
I'm not sure what resources might be available in our planning and resources division. So if you'd like to, email me some specific questions, I'd be happy to forward those and help connect you with the right people who could tell you what resources are available.
I want to say, from my perspective, it's mostly the formula funding. A 996 is what we require from RAs and TAs, and that's equivalent for a STEM PhD to $23,000 or $24,000 per year in formula funding. So.
Yeah, I have a question about the definition as well. Would it cover, assuming so, I wanted to ask, GI Bill recipients? I'm wondering if they have a different criteria. We have a cohort program that last year and previous years before they were covered by GI Bill. But this past year, no changes in the program. The administrator in that office that administers the GI Bill has said you guys are not full-time anymore.
Oh, I see. So even though there might not be a general definition for full-time and part-time student at the graduate level federally, there might be a definition specific to the GI Bill.
That's correct. I'm wondering if anybody knows that.
Okay.
Again, I can definitely research that to find out because it doesn't state anything federal regulations-wise. There's no distinction between military. So I can definitely research that and find out and get back to you with that.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, if you would send that to us, it'd be great for us to get out to everybody. I really appreciate you looking into those.
James, I appreciate your summary. Would you send that out as well as you've researched that?
I certainly will. Yeah, I'll forward this to you all.
Any other questions about that? Hopefully this will help us a little bit make some cases at our own institutions. And then, as Karen said, take a look at your own institution to see what it might cost you. But I think it would also help us get closer to being able to get our institutions on board to be able to help our graduate students and help fund them. All right, I think we're up to you now, Alan. We have the new election of the chair and vice chair, so we're up for any nominations or self-nominations.
I just wanted to thank Ms. Reed for coming. Pretty short notice. I just asked her like late last week, and she very graciously agreed to come on down here, so we thank you very much.
And thank you for agreeing to look into this, too. We really appreciate it.
And while we're thanking people, I would like to thank Candy, who has been our GIAC vice chair for 2 years. Charles Lackey was our chair, and he retired at the end of our last meeting, and Candy has graciously stepped in and led this meeting. She's going to be staying on GIAC, but is going to enjoy a little sabbatical. So we need to find a new chair and a co-chair. Now, how this works is that the terms for chair and co-chair are for 2 years, or the expiration of your own term on GIAC, of course, whichever comes first. It's not unusual that if someone is elected to be a chair or a co-chair of GIAC and their term expires, that their institution will renominate them to be on GIAC in the next term. We can't promise, of course, that person will be selected by the board, to continue on, but that would be very unusual if they didn't. So you're looking at a 2-year term. We are open to nominations from the floor. Now, we can do this in one of 2 ways, and I'll leave this up to you. We can have a vote where the person who receives the most votes becomes chair, and the person who receives the second amount of votes becomes the co-chair in the event that there are more than 2 people who want to run. Or we can have 2 separate elections where we vote first for the chair, and then we vote first, then we vote second for the co-chair. Are there any strong feelings either way? The result will most likely be the same, but it's a procedural question. Right.
We'll see who's willing to run.
Are there any objections if we do it in the first method, where the person who receives the second highest number of votes becomes the vice chair?
Well, I'd like to go ahead and nominate Mohammed for the chair position. If he's willing to accept.
Okay, don't be shy. Anyone else? There are many. It's not a terribly onerous job. I mean, don't be frightened away from it with the huge administrative burden that this will land on your shoulders. I'll let Candy speak to that, but there are. It's an important time to be involved with GIAC as the strategic plan gets developed. So it's a time when you can have really a great deal of influence on the shape of graduate education. The chair and the vice chair typically run the meetings, as you see Candy do, and of course consults with coordinating board staff as the items for the agenda get selected and arranged. And apart from that, the job description is largely what you decide to make of it. It can be as much or as little as you decide to take on and bring forward your own priorities to what GIAC will be considering.
So, Mohammed, you need to nominate somebody, or you're going to wind up being the chair and the vice chair.
That means if you're second, you can't come. You have to come anyway.
Yeah. Can I be both then, or what? I think, there should be different. I mean, if nobody is, but a vice chair maybe from, from something like a health sciences center or so might just be,
Sonny, are you open to doing it? I'd like to put Sonny out there.
Mark, you're laughing. Would you like to?
All right, so.
Okay, well, so do we have 3 on board or 2? 3, okay. We have Mohammed and Sonny and Mark. Any others?
Are we still okay with a show of hands, or do we want a secret ballot?
It doesn't matter either way. Show of hands?
Show of hands, okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, well, then we'll just take them in order, and we'll do a count of the hands, and the first and second place winners will be chair and vice chair accordingly. So first for Mohammed. Mohammed, are you voting for yourself? Okay. Okay. I got 10 because I didn't count Mohammed.
Yeah, sorry, because we have a different count.
Well, he didn't count Muhammad, so now it's 11.
Oh, 11? Okay.
11,
So we have
okay. All right. And for Sunny Singh? Now, recall that it's only GIAC members who are voters, right?
I'm sorry. You're our member from Prairie View? Oh, okay.
Oh, okay.
You just fooled us because you arrived a little late. You weren't up there. Okay, so that's 7. Yeah,
Okay, excellent. And Mark Sheridan. 1, okay. He's the gets to be at the early CNN debate. Okay, well, that's right, the kids' table. Okay, so excellent. Well, our congratulations then to Mohammed, who will be our chair, and to Sonny, who will be our vice chair. Thank you very much for your service. We appreciate your willingness, and we appreciate everyone's help in working with them. So thank you very much indeed. Now, what we'd like to turn to is, now that we have our new chair and vice chair, to give them something to do for our next meeting. So we'll open the floor now to just a general discussion. There's no agenda here. It's just our time to kind of be our miscellaneous section, where we talk about items that we can discuss in future meetings, or if there's just general news or updates or concerns or issues that you would like to bring to the table that haven't already fit into the categories that we've already talked about today, then now's an opportunity for you to bring them up.
I would just like to throw out on the table that I'd like us to continue and to finish up the plan for the graduate education, the strategic plan, so that that's something that we can kind of push forward.
I have an item. So you folks had asked earlier about the gender breakdown, and I'm pleased to say that the folks in our planning and data division jumped right on the ball when I emailed them the question, and they've already sent back an answer. So kudos to them. for acting so quickly on this. Okay, so what I did was I asked them for a, and I'll forward this to you. I asked for a breakdown, and I thought it'd be interesting for us to get a snapshot over time. So I asked them for the let's see, what do we got here? The degrees awarded by gender, by level, and I asked for 3 years so we could kind of get a trend over time. First in 2004, then in 2009, and then in 2014. So they're spaced 5 years apart. Okay? So at the master's level, and this is starting in 2004. So at the master's level, we have a total of 23,836 degrees awarded. Of those, 10,362 went to males, 13,474 went to females. So a clear edge to the female half of the human spectrum there. Doctors, research scholarship, you see 1,315 going to male, 1,041 going to female. Slight edge to the males. Professional practice, 1,502 going to males, 1,559 going to female. Advantage female. Okay, so that's the fiscal year 2004. Then the fiscal year 2009, again starting at the master's level, we see 11,509 master's degrees going to males, 16,959 going to females. Increase both in the overall numbers, but also an increase in the shift toward the preponderance of females. At the doctoral level, research doctorates, the fours, we see 1,603 going to males, 1,480 going to female. Same ratio as before. And then professional practice, 1,635 going to males, 1,717 going to female, still a preponderance. And then finally, fiscal year 2014, our most recent year for which we have certified data. Males, master's level, 14,364 versus female, 21,039. So here now we've, the ratio has sharpened each year over these 5-year intervals to where now it's a 2 to 3 ratio, for approximately 14,000 to 21,000, rounding it off. So a significant difference. But that's at the master's level. You notice the biggest differences are all at the master's level, not at the doctoral level. The doctoral level, it's still close to parity, not quite exactly the same. Research scholarship in 2014 was 2,100 for male, 2,016 for female. And professional practice, pretty close to the same. 2,024 for males, 2,238 for females. So you can see overall, more graduate degrees awarded to women than to men. And that trend is increasing, i.e. it's shifting further toward females over time. However, the great preponderance of that is occurring at the master's level, not the doctor. The doctoral is close to parity. It's the master's level where we see the big difference. So I'll forward this to you guys after the meeting's done. So this is on my list of things to share with you.
Thanks, that's interesting.
James, I appreciate those numbers. They mean a lot, and I can use them. I will use them. Has there been any concern, or is there an interest maybe in looking at by university or institution for those? And secondly, is there an interest, or could there be some description of how scholarships are distributed, male versus female, particularly at the doctorate level?
Scholarships is going to be really tricky because there's such a wide variety of scholarships, right? There's private scholarships, there's institutional level scholarships. However, the institutional breakdown is quite doable. Now, that would take a little more time. We'd have to... What's that?
Discipline would be nice, too.
It would have to... It already exists. You're saying those numbers already exist. Okay, I've looked at some of them, but I thought you had a magical thing since you gave us those those dollars.
Right. Well, actually, this was a staff run. This is a specialty staff run. Sorry to take up your time. Other issues generally related to graduate education? Other things you want to see on future agenda?
I'd like to see us circle back around to the competency-based education and the financial issues. Seems like we left a lot of it undecided today.
Would it be helpful if we had say at the next meeting or meeting after, we had a staff member come down and do a half hour or so presentation on the data that's available and kind of walk you through what's already out there and more importantly, how to get to it? That's okay. Because that's some of I mean, I run into that issue myself about sometimes. I know it's there, but I don't know how to get to it.
Okay. Well, thank you all very much for coming. Appreciate you coming to Austin, and we wish you a very safe trip back. Do we have a motion to thank Candy for her service and a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Appreciate it.